Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Welcome to... That's almost the weekend day. Yes, and you join us today as we continue with our Navigraph Academy. This one we're going to be looking at local navigation, virtual flight rules, visual flight rules in our virtual cockpit. There we go. We did the words, right. But anyway, how are you keeping? It's 7 degrees in Tipperary this morning, and well, you know, it's grand, but it's kind of cloudy and wet. But I hope it's nice where you are. This sort of stuff now, this is where we really start kind of delving into just a wonderful part of aviation, right, and flight simulation, because we're delving into navigating. And when we think about, you know, flying, getting from point A to point B to point C, well, there's a lot of modern things that help us along, you know, our route. We have things like moving maps, we have GPS and all the jazz. We also have some instrument stuff that can help us in times that we can't see out the window. However, you know, some of my favourite flying is visual flight rules, VF4, in general aviation. Not too low, but not too slow either. It's getting a good view of what's going on outside the window. And Microsoft Flight Sim, since it came back to the franchise, this gave you the opportunity for proper VF4 flying out of the box, because you have this true to life scenery. You can look at visual reference points. You can see exactly what should be there. And yes, we did have this kind of an X-plane with, you know, ortho tiles, and you could download them. But some of the landmarks were always a little bit tricky to spot. Now, you're not necessarily looking for a specific landmark like a building or a monument. Things like forests, roads, rivers, well, these all help us in our way of navigating. But how does one navigate? I mean, do we just kind of point the plane? Yeah, well, we're going this way. How do we plan for this? How much fuel do we need to carry? What about other aircraft? ATC, restricted zones, controlled zones? Well, these are all things we need to consider when we're looking at flying in flight sim, and indeed in the real world. And what we're looking at today is that very lesson. It's local navigation. With this lesson, we're going to be planning a route, and we're going to do this old school, because yes, we can use the moving maps and GPS and all this kind of stuff, but the old way, if anyone remembers, they're still teaching it for your PPL. You know, when you're planning your cross-country flights, you would choose your route, you'd have a look at the charts, you'll have an idea of where it is you want to go, and then you need to figure out waypoints. When I get to here, now I'll get to the next place, then I'll get to the next place. Because it's so very rare in aviation that you can actually do a straight direct to. There's things in the way, there's traffic, there's weather, and there's terrain. So we have to kind of plan around to say, well, if we're starting off in the south and we want to go to the north, very unlikely you'll get a direct straight line to go up to it. So what we have to do, we'll start identifying waypoints. And when we see a waypoint, we'll say, well, this waypoint is a certain distance and at a certain heading from our departure area. Now, if we're saying, well, it's a distance, therefore we can calculate, well, how long should it take us to get there? We'll manage that with our speed, the airspeed of the aircraft, based on what the wind, of course, is doing, the weather. But then we also have to plan, when it comes to the wind, well, what if the wind blows us off course? And how much do we need to aim off for that? And it's a great syllabus when it comes to flight training, because, well, you have to really kind of, you know, you have to apply some logic. But there are many tools that help us out. One such gadget, where is this now? It's in a drawer here with a whole load. Is it here? Wait, I hope I have it. Oh, jeez. Hang on there now. Local navigation, right? I'm sure I'd have it here somewhere, because we'll probably actually use this today. Jeez, I'm a fierce man for putting stuff in drawers. That's a big 10-4, good buddy. Yeah. Hang on there now, we find this gadget. Oh, Jesus, I didn't even know what was that. I'm looking for a computer gadget, right? Oh, jeez. It's in a little box. Aha! So I found my little box. Oh, we can actually take this out as well. Right, we need these, and everything else can go back into the box. That's a box that lives in the drawer. And there's other kind of weird stuff in here as well, but don't worry about that for now, right? Oh, here's a box off the computer. Hang on. Now, you wouldn't know what I'd have in my drawers, right? Now, So, Jesus, a matter of catching the carpet in the drawer and the whole thing is shagged. But effectively what we have, right, the olden days, we would get our sectionals. That's the real world sectional. Oh, yes, I can see the crack here now. Yes, that's where we're going to do our planning, right? And what you would do, you would take out your map, and these tend to be, you can buy these laminated, you see. And you would bring out your map and you say, right, we're going to start plotting a course, right? We're going to start plotting a route. And then, friends, we come along with our flight computer. A flight computer, right? And what we do, we have all this kind of cool stuff. We have this mad gadget, if you remember these. Right? Oh, Jesus, she nearly flew. One of them, right? And we have a pencil. And literally what you do, you'll say, right, we're going to start off in one location, right? So this is the old famous Irish one. So we'll go to the back of this, I suppose. No, that's the south of France. Oh, it's the north of France. Right. So this here is looking at, let me see here now. It's London. Hang on, we'll get all this sorted now. We need to come across the way. Here we go. So if we were planning a flight, and you've probably seen stuff like this before, lads, right? So you're probably saying, right, well, if we start off somewhere here and we want to fly up to here, well, you just won't be able to go direct. So we'll have to plan a number of waypoints along the way. So we write down all our different waypoints. It becomes a flight plan. So you can put it on a bit of paper. They have lovely templates that you can grab, right? And we'll start writing in our departure, our destination, and then a number of waypoints along the way. And you would put in things like the heading, the distance, right? Then you'll start working out how long will it take me to get there? And if I'm looking at the map, is there a visual reference? When I'm approaching it, I'll say, there's the factory, or there's the forest. So that's how we navigate, local navigation. And it's pretty cool because this works so very well in the sim, right? When we're talking about, how do we get our timing right and fuel and the correct heading, we need to know what the wind is doing, because if we put ourselves in a heading, let's say, we're heading north, 0 degrees, 360. And you're flying straight, but the wind is coming in from the east. Well, if you stay on that heading, well, your aircraft is actually getting pushed across, so you won't actually reach your destination. Therefore, you have to turn the aircraft into the wind. So instead of, going that way or this way, you go that way, right? Straight up. And to do that, we use this little fella right here, because this is going to help us based on our speed, based on the wind direction, and then how many degrees we need to add or take away from our heading in order to hit that waypoint. All right. So again, a lot of modern aircraft do this brilliantly. Autopilot is great. They do all the computational stuff in the background. You never need to worry about it. But if you can get your hands on, it's an E6 calculator, or an E6 or an EB6 flight computer. There's a name for this gadget. Hang on. The flight computer gadget. Is it an E6 or a B6 or something? It's an ARC flight computer, but the Americans give it a different name. The ARC Precision gadget. There's the airplane flight equipment, but there's another name for it. But anyway, there's online ones. There's free online ones. In actual fact, I might build one for the website so we have it there. Effectively, this gives us the information. So we would put in, our current speed, the current heading. Then we put in, the wind speed and its direction. And then we can kind of aim off based on a number of ways in which we can, an E6B, Malky, that's the one, an E6B, a Dalton flight computer. Everyone puts their own name. So this is called Airplan Flight Equipment, an AFE. But they're all doing the same. What this gadget is, for VFR pilots, in particular student pilots, or student pilots, sound out, Murphy, there is an entire module on this stuff, and it's pretty cool. So you can pick these up if you want one in the flesh. They're about like 10 or 15 bucks, right? Or there's a couple of websites that have a free one, and you can do all your stuff on the web, right? Which is pretty cool. But when we look at kind of the complex airliners and all the beautiful hardware that we can get, this stuff is every bit as good and important as it, because again, when you're navigating, people think VF4 is easy and, fly VF4 online is handy. It's absolutely not. It's more complex would you believe, than it is flying IFR. VFR flying with ATC is way more complex. There's a lot of maybes, and this might happen, and what do we do about this? And you're more responsible, I suppose, when it comes to where you're flying. If you're flying an IFR flight plan, well, that is a designated fix, waypoint to waypoint, nav aids, and you don't deviate unless ATC tell you, right? So this is quite, there's quite a lot with this subject, but we're going to start off nice and easy. The good news is there's an easy way to do everything, and it's not the wrong way. We'll start off easy. Then you can make it very complex if you wish, because then you can get into even more elaborate flight planning, you see. But it is a lot of fun. It's cool, right? It's absolutely brilliant. And then you get into things like weather, and, you know, you have your flight plan done and everything's great, but next thing, sure, didn't the weather change? You've planned half your flight based on this, but now the weather's going to change, and, well, it hasn't happened yet, so you have to kind of guess. So a lot of guesswork comes into this. It's pretty cool, right? It's a fantastic subject to be covering. But as I said, you've loads of different gear in which you can kind of, you know, between the maps, between the little computers and so on, you can do all this stuff. And it's a way to really enhance your flight sim experience. Planning flights. There are people who do nothing else but plan flights. They don't bother necessarily flying it. They get more enjoyment out of the planning element of their flight. And I enjoy planning flights. I love planning flights because, like, that's where it's like a sandbox, right? You're saying, well, where will I go? What will I do? This looks interesting. This could be nice. And then when you plan it and you bring it into the sim, or you go out in the real world and you do that flight, man alive, it's incredible, because all the bits of the jigsaw start coming together to say, look, there's that forest, or there's that hill, or there's that, chimney that I saw on the map. I now know exactly where I am. There's something, like, very satisfying about all of this, you see. But anyway, that's what we're going to be doing today with Navigraph Academy, and this is something that we will absolutely delve in very deep with over the course of these Thursday streams, because this will absolutely enhance your flight sim experience, be it from your proficiency, but also your enjoyment. It's so very cool when you get to really delve into things, like even weather predictions. And you might say, it's only an old meter, Murph. It's right. This thing, like, when we start scratching the surface of the realism that is available on our modern simulators, and we all look, oh, we want to make sure that there's an extra jetway, and I want beards and all this. Yeah, that's all grand, but, like, when you can actually practice the real world stuff, and the sim does a very good job at kind of processing this, it's a wow moment. It's like, holy crap, I didn't know I could do this amount of stuff. And you might say, well, you know, what else benefits from doing this? Well, map reading is a huge thing. Understanding how map reading works, just basic navigation, following a compass. Maybe you're going to do some orienteering. Maybe you're going for a hike. Who knows? But maybe then, you know, if you're not outdoorsy, then, well, is there other games or genres that this skill can be applied to? The answer is yes. Tons of them. Absolutely tons of them. So planning is loads of fun. It might sound boring, but it's actually pretty cool once you kind of delve into it and you start figuring out some things. In the real world, there's a lot more to consider, right? I mean, you have things like landing fees and permission to get in, and is there going to be space? Is there a GPU? Is there a toilet on site? Is there fuel available? I mean, these are all the things we don't need to worry about in the sim, but we can still apply that train of thought, that simulation, and I'm telling you, it just makes the thing very, very rewarding when you get to fly it, and it's not just flying from A to B anymore. There's actual purpose to you sitting flying in the sim. It can be a game changer because, you know, for a lot of folks, I'll just fly here, lovely clouds, yeah. When you're following your plan, your navigational plan, our group flights, for example, well, I plan those. I say, right, we're all going this direction, then we're going to that direction. Imagine if we were to say, right, lads, I'm starting from here, our destination is over there, and I want you all to start from your own areas, but navigate yourself there. Well, that's a very different experience that we would have. And everyone, depending on where they're flying from, they'll see something different, they'll have to do something different. And by doing that, well, now you're getting closer to what actually happens in the world when it comes to navigation. It's a great concept, and it's something that I want to delve into. I think that would be absolutely brilliant. Then we can throw challenges into it. How quick can you get there without, slew mode or flying, something fast. Do you know what I mean? So, the course content for this, from Navigraph at least, it's a good introduction. It's a good spot to get you started with, but it's a huge area when it comes to aviation. Navigation is massive. It's huge. But try not to let it scare you, right? Because you can just keep it as simple as you possibly can, or you can dive right into it. It's entirely up to you. So we're going to be doing that today. Brilliant. Isn't that great fun? Right, sure, I'll see you tomorrow now. Let me know how you get on, But anyway, you gotta love it. Aviation is friggin' cool though, isn't it? Do you know, just when you think something else comes along and says, oh Jesus, right? So yeah, we're looking forward to this one. But anyway, how are y'all keeping? They're only great. Here we are on a Thursday morning, working to be working. So yes, you're all very welcome in. Spitfire RAF 100. Good morning to you, buddy. Hope you're well. The Blaze is here. Let the lurkage begin. It's good to see you, The Blaze. David Bay is here. Good morning. Soaring AJ. Very early morning for you. Good to see you, buddy. Cracker is here. Good day to you. Malky Mac is in the house. Good day, Malky. Bell Bro is here. You're very welcome aboard. Malky, thank you for 10 in a row. Lear is in the house. Good morning, Lear. Hope you're well. Crafty Tigers is here. Good morning. Bell Bro, 60 months, man. Thank you very, very much indeed for all your support. My dude. Bell Bro, that's savage. 60 months. I haven't aged today. Right. Toto 2495. He's working, but he's shh. Say nothing. You're welcome in, buddy. Dougal McTavish, the chairman, is lurking and listening to a lovely, smooth voice at this time of the morning, just after 11's. Right. Brilliant. It's good to see you. Eamon 1973 is here. Good morning. With a Prime subscription for 55 months. Thank you very, very much indeed, Eamon. Hope you're keeping well. Fiber Strike is here. He's finally made it home to Indiana. Time for him to catch up with Firefly Air. Welcome back, Fiber. Hope you're well. Crafty, thank you for the 40 in a row, buddy. Muttley is here. Good morning. Viper Strike, thank you for the 60 in a row. Good man yourself. Commander Balosh, 14 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. Subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate all the support, my guy. Hope you're well. Jan Moorkamp, good morning. Hope you're well. Perpetual Omega. You should do this for a living. Right, I do try now, but good morning. Hope you're well, buddy. Killswitch is here. Some working and lurking today. Nice. Angry Bee, hello. MDA 009. Hello. It's good to see you, mate. How is she cutting? Sim Guy is in the house. 10 months at tier 1. Thank you very, very much. All the resubs this morning, lads. Thank you very much. You're absolutely brilliant. Amazing support. Thank you indeed. Hey, Crotty is here. Good morning. How are you getting on with that new computer? Right. Norse Viking, good morning to you. The Impossible Face, good morning. Hope you're well, buddy. Eamon, hello there. We can guess. Indeed we can. We absolutely can, right? 98 Vulcan, good morning to you. Hope you're well. Memphiston is here. Stu Snape, good morning. Stu, I need to have a chat with Moser for you to figure out this gadget. Leave that one with me. We'll get to the bottom of it, right? While I have you, Stu, can you confirm, I need you to do another test. Will you change the USB that the device is plugged into? Make sure it's not going into a USB hub, and if it is plugged directly into your PC, put it into a different socket, ideally on another chipset. As in, if it's a USB at the front, put it into the back. If it's currently in the back, put it into the front. It sounds like there's a USB issue going on, and there could be a power setting. If you go into your power options in Windows, you can go down to USBs, and it has this selective pausing crack. Basically, it's the Greta friendly stuff to power down devices that aren't being used. Yeah, turn all that crack off. It's just right. So it's a process of elimination, you see. I'm not saying you haven't already done that, but you kind of have to go over a lot of steps just to be sure. So maybe give that a blast as well. But in the meantime, I'm going to reach out to Mose and say, lads, we have an issue. Can this be looked at, please? Right? There could be something else. It could be something else interfering with it. We just don't know. But it's important that we check it. Right? And don't feel that you can't be telling us in our place. You're not taking over chats or otherwise. We want this sorted for you. And that's what it's all about. Right? So we will get it sorted. Power vested in me. Oh, do you remember Captain Planet? Who here watched Captain Planet? Brilliant. Do you remember? Earth, wind, water, heart. Go planet. Captain Planet, he's a hero. Do you know, he was going to take pollution down to zero. Right. But anyway, we continue on. Martel, good morning. Hope you're well. Mr. Minimite, welcome in. Put on the kettle. The impossible phase, navigating effectively is a useful skill to have even outside of aviation. Yeah. Rally drivers, great idea. Yeah, great. Rally drivers especially, right? Why would I take navigation lessons for someone who has a hard time driving a Skoda? Listen. Should be grand. Norse Viking, thank you very much for 85 in a row. Cheers, buddy. Iceman is here. Good morning. Hope all is well. Dazza Arab. Good to see you, Dazza. He rambles in saying, morning all. Murph, you made me laugh about the school laptop thing yesterday. We were exactly the same with Matt when he went to grammar school. Did they back down, Dazza? Or did you just have to buy it? We're going to buy it, but when we do, I'm going to hack it. So straight back. Now, look at you when you're locked down, Because if I can do it, you can be damn sure kids can do it. Technology is starting to pass us out, lads. Did you notice that? We've always been fairly up to date with the, technology, thinking we're at the bleeding edge of it, which we are. But technology is kind of going this way, and we're kind of, Jesus, I'm telling you, right? The machines will take over. We'll remember the time that, we were real. I'm AI, sure, What was it? The 3 laws of... Was it 3 laws or 4 laws of a robot? Was it 4 laws? Robotics. There was can't harm, can't kill, all this kind of stuff, right? But that's where the future's going. Paparazzi, good morning. Hope you're well. Follow the plan until the bridge, then get back to the plan. Yes, indeed. And here's something very important. It's a military terminology or a military expression. The plan does not survive contact with the enemy, meaning you can do all the planning you want, but as a pilot, well, plans have to be designed to change. And this is where people get a little bit worried. They'll say, hang on, I want to fly from here to here. All of a sudden I'm being told to go this way. You're now out of your comfort zone. It's a fear because you just don't know what to expect. As pilots, this is where we spend time planning. We want to go this way, but if we can't, this is most likely, this could happen. It could happen. And that's what we're going to do later on when we get into our VATSIM briefing. That's what we do every Thursday. We look at our upcoming VATSIM flight, which we fly with ATC. We tend to fly airliners or relatively complex or more complex aircraft, right? And that's why we do a briefing. We plan for this, right? The routing and all that is fine. We're going this direction. Great. But now we have to plan. What if there is any deviations? What if the weather changes? What if we have ATC coverage? What if we don't have ATC coverage? What if we need to go around? You have all these things to consider. So planning, it all comes down to it, But anyway, Stu says, pretty sure I have all the power settings turned off. I'll try another USB slot on the next flight. Yeah, no, we'll sort this, man. We'll sort it. Cracker, thank you very much indeed for 60 in a row. You all remember Captain Planet. Brilliant. Eamon says, my AB6 USB is plugged into a powered USB hub and it's working fine. So I think what's happening with Stu, there's no issue with power. It's working perfectly. But what's happening during the flight, his FPS and general smoothness of the flight, if he's doing something long haul, after about an hour to an hour and a half, that performance completely starts dropping off. Completely. And he's managed to figure it out. It's only happening with the AB6 unit connected and the Mosa cockpit software working. If he used a different device, like Thrustmaster, it wasn't giving him an issue at all. So there's something going on with the PC, trying to figure out either the telemetry is getting backed up in the app, or power, or something. There's something not right. So we need to figure it out what it is. But we will figure it out. And worst case scenario, which is highly unlikely, but worst case scenario, we'd have to be looking at a defective unit or a defective driver. Right, so we will get to the bottom of it. Captain Planet clearly never huffed avgas, right? I watched Captain Planet. Now watching Captain Plankhead. Plankhead. Thank you, love you too, Dazza. Great bunch of lads. But yes, I was the kid in high school that was always one step ahead of the techies. Oh, good man. That's called aging, Murph. Oh, is it? Autismo is here. Good to see you, buddy. You're very welcome in. Who else now come into the parlour on this, a Thursday? Daniel Meyer is here. Good afternoon. A white blanket of snow here in the Netherlands. Ooh. We've nothing like that here. Deezer, good morning. Monty is in the house. Adic, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Let me see. Miguel is here. Good morning. Hard Charge Pog. Pog is very good to see you, buddy. What my app is not on my desktop? Was there an update? What app, Hard Charge Pog? Which app are you looking for, buddy? MRG is here. Good morning. It's great to be learning this stuff from you, Murph. Daniel, well, thank you very much. We're all here to learn, lads. And you know, and the gas thing is, there's no such thing as a bad question or a stupid question. The only bad question is the one you don't ask. And I genuinely mean that. Don't feel like you're thick or stupid. Oh, if you have a question, ask it. Don't assume you know it. And if I know it, I'll answer you. If I don't know it, I'll bluff. But then I'll go off and get you the actual answer. I don't like referring to they, you know, they said or them said. Like, I don't refer to they or them. And the reason being is when you need them the most, they never show up. Who told you to do this? They. Who? Them lads. Where are they? I don't know. Right? So we try and keep things as close to the book as we can. As close to the book as we can. Because now we have like, it says here, right? So that's what we try and do. Sean Carney, good day to you. Hope you're well. I have a question. Would you rather burgers for feet or sausages for fingers? Burgers for feet, I suppose. I'd only ate the sausages, right? But anyway, right, let's see what we can get on with here. We'll ramble over and take a look at what Navigraph have for us, shall we? So let me see. We'll do one of those, one of these, and here we are. Look at me lovely screenshot. So the reason why I do this, I've an OLED telly and I've realised I've burn-in on the top right-hand corner, so I need to be careful with what I have on my screen, lads. But anyway, yes, Navigraph Academy. I'm having fun with this. And it is, it's an introduction point, right? We've passed our virtual PPL, which is great, and it's very much an introduction into, how we're going to be learning more, because there is an awful lot. And again, it's not that we're all going to end up, wearing anoraks, staying inside, and you're doing it wrong. The rotation of that tire just isn't correct as per the manual. Like, we're not going to go down that road in terms of, the anorak wearing society. However, it'll give us enough information that if we wish, we can fly to this sort of discipline. We can explore the world using this real world discipline when it comes to flying, right? But at the same time, you can always jump back into, well, you're just having the crack. You're just having fun. You're just going up to joyride in a jet or whatever. You know what I mean? And it's not to say anything bad about those anorak wearing people. You're all very lovely and very knowledgeable. But what I'm saying is, flying the sim casually versus flying the sim professionally, right? You have different groups of people. You have those who only want a casual, only want professional, and then you have a group of people in the middle. They like to do a little bit of both, right? So we're trying to appeal to kind of everyone here. Those of you who like to, use a flight sim for the realism and the system's depth and the navigation and so on, well, hopefully this content is there to refresh, or hopefully you learn something new. For those who only do the casual stuff, this is very much learning. What we do with that knowledge afterwards is entirely up to us, right? But once we know, it just makes the experience, the entire experience of having a flight simulator, so much more better. This idea of, I'm kind of bored, I'm kind of tired of it, the world doesn't change, and yet we don't stay bored in life, right? For the most part. Change it up a bit. Do something else. Challenge yourself. It's not just about, I'll fire up the A320, spend 7 hours with autopilot and then land again. That's repetitive. That becomes boring. Change it up a bit. Change the aircraft, throw in some weather, put diverts into it, get into your own navigation. Change from IF4 into VF4. If you only do VF4, tackle the airliners. When you've done all of that, give gliders a blast, give helis a blast. Do you know what I mean? So the aircraft we're using today as part of Navigraph is going to be that of the Cessna 172, and our aircraft tonight is the Boeing 737 from PMDG. That is the style of it now, right? So we'll ramble over here to the Navigraph Academy, and we're progressing quite well through this with our virtual PPL. Now, it's important to note, Navigraph are still working on additional content. They're going to be doing IF4 stuff. They're going to be doing all this jazz. So instrument flight. So it's coming soon. Navigate by instruments alone. What we're doing now when it comes to our PPL, we're heavily focused on the visual flight rules. We're looking out the window to identify what's on the ground, and that's where we're going to try and fly to. The instrument flight rules, it's just a different style of flying. You're now looking at your instruments. And yes, the likes of a G1000 is super handy to have, but not everyone likes the modern glass. They prefer the analog system, the gauges, the steam gauges. So we can do a bit of both. Do you know what I mean? P.S. Mirandai, hello there. You're very welcome in. And then it goes into IFR approaches, which are some of the most complex things that we do whilst flying, because we're using our instruments to try and help us land, be it with an instrument landing system, DME arcs, VOR approach, or nav. We have a lot of different options on how to successfully get the aircraft safely onto the ground in poor weather conditions, and that's super fun. Like the first time I was doing an IFR flight in the clouds, and you suddenly drop out, and then you can see everything. And you realize that all of your flight planning has been purely using a map, and yet you end up exactly where you should have. It's a wonderful feeling, right? Anyway, so we're going to continue with our virtual PPL. We've completed phase 1, and that just gives us that kind of introduction to the aircraft. Getting familiar with the aircraft, getting our controls set up, right? The effects of the aircraft, level flight, and how do we do some turns. Then we got into climbs and descents. Then we got into stalls and then diving to maximum speed. Then we had slow flight and the use of flaps. We went through takeoffs, landings, the traffic pattern, and then we did our first solo. But there's more to aviation than just doing traffic patterns or circuits. Last week, we started off with ground operations, and this focused heavily on giving us a procedural thing, right? A standard operating procedure, whereby we're now moving away from Control E or a couple of buttons, start your hardware and go flying. This is taking it all the way back a step to say, well, look, you need to start following checklists. There's a reason why you have to follow checklists. They're done in the real world, and you can do them in the sim. It's creating that discipline to say, right, I need to check this item, it's checked. That item, checked. That item, checked. The reason why you do that is when you plan your flight, when you're in your flight, if you forget something, it'll ruin the flight. In the real world, you'd be in savage trouble. It could put you or someone else in danger. In your flight sim, it's going to give you a bad hair day, or worse if you're using on VATSIM or whatever, because you haven't planned it properly. You haven't. I did. It happened to me 2 weeks ago. I forgot me friggin' flight directors. Now, I was going to fly the departure manually anyway, but I'm pressing the autopilot. Hey, why isn't that working? Suddenly, my brain is focusing on troubleshooting the autopilot instead of actually being competent communicating with ATC and flying the correct route. You can see how something as simple and as stupid as a single switch can have a detrimental impact on your flight sim session. To the stage, you'll often hear folks on ATC, a controller might get a little bit, uppity with them because you shouldn't be flying. You've made a mistake. You can't deal with this. You cannot operate efficiently or sufficiently in this area. I was watching Jamie there yesterday for a bit. He just went on to VATSIM and he decided to fly out of Heathrow. He'd 1 hour on his VATSIM account and he said, Asher, I'll fly into Heathrow. I've always wanted to fly into Heathrow. The class of airspace around Heathrow, apart from the restrictions in place, it just happens to be very busy. That's not the right place to start, right? But that poor fella, he just had a shocking experience. So much so, he might never go back to VATSIM. No, I tried VATSIM. I got given out to, I don't like that. And that's perfectly fine. But it could have been avoided. And for anyone here who may have had that experience with a group or with VATSIM, you had that bad experience because you felt they belittled you, or you felt stupid, or you felt inadequate. That can happen. So we'll spend a bit of time here to prepare you, to give you that confidence so that you can, do anything you want within the aviation world. Literally do anything you want. You want to fly... What was that? You want to fly airliners into friggin' Class Bravo? You want to fly helicopters up the heli route of the Hudson through New York City? I mean, we can absolutely do all these things. All that's missing. There's no magic. There's no cheat. We just need to spend a bit of time and figure it out in our heads. And as a community, collectively, we help each other out. I put up a post up the other day in our VATSIM channel to say, listen, lads, look, anyone interested in learning or just getting a bit of refreshing with our VATSIM, we have something like 40 VATSIM pilots registered. On average, we get about 10 people flying. Where's the other 30 guys? So they started the course, they enjoyed it, but either the course moved on for them or they weren't available. And now when they look at it, they're saying, well, I'd love to do it, but I don't want it. I'm not comfortable doing it. And that's okay. It's not a weakness. It's absolutely not a weakness. If anything, they're actually stronger minded people, because they know, I'm not putting myself into that. All that's missing is the bit of knowledge, and you'll pick that up. That's all it is. Do you know? So anyway, I keep rambling. Ground operations teaches this discipline in terms of your checklists, constantly checking, is this done? Is that done? Where's your plan B? Where's your plan C? As a pilot, you are always planning for, you know, the unexpected. Expect the unexpected. That's another military thing that was said, but always expect the unexpected. So it's not going to completely throw you. At least if you spend a little bit of time thinking the what ifs, if it does happen or when it happens, it's not the absolute shock. You know, I kind of had an idea this could happen, right? So we're going to go into local navigation, and this is where we start looking at the operation. We're going to start planning it. The operation, the objective, the thing, whatever it is, the mission, right? This is where we start planning it. So we're going to go to the lesson and start. So local navigation. Navigating visually is equal parts mastering the map and having a keen eye. Today, well, we're going to leave the pattern behind for the first real navigation flight. It's going to be a scenic lap around Lake Constance, crossing Switzerland, Germany, and Austria. We're going to learn how to set up Navigraph charts for navigation. We're going to select practical waypoints and confirm our position the classic way. And we're going to do this by timing, heading, and referring to what we see outside of the window. All right? Picking waypoints. So, when we fly visually, success begins with a solid plan. And the key part of pre-flight preparation is choosing reliable waypoints. Now, you might be saying, what are you talking about? Let's bring up SkyVector. Skyvector.com. This is all free. It's a free service, right? And what we can do here, let's say, for example, they're telling us it's going to be down around Lake Constance. We'll go somewhere else just for the crack, right? And maybe not in the massive built-up area of, like, you know, London. If we head up the road a little bit, and let's say, okay, Inverness probably not a great idea. We'll go stateside, because you get an idea then of the sectionals as well, right? So let's say we're going to pick, when I look at a map, I always look for something interesting. To me, things that are interesting. Where's this now? Muse said, how is his mad jokes? Can't stay. Just wanted to see if I got my new badge. No, you didn't get it yet, Muse. You are... Yeah, you haven't got it yet. Keep trying. Get better, Muse, will you? I'm not sick. No, just get better. I always look for a bit of terrain because it makes interesting flights, right? So let's say, for example, we're gonna plan a bit of a route here. Okay, so we're gonna start off here at Prescott. All right, Prescott, and I don't know. We can head up. We can head down. We can go anywhere we want, right? Let's say we're gonna head over to Sedona. Sedona, one of the most breathtaking airports in the world, right? It's absolutely gorgeous. It's on a mesa and a plateau, and it's just cool looking. So we're going to say, right, well, we want to fly from Prescott over to Sedona. All right. But our charts are giving us a lot of information here. A lot of information. It's like, I don't understand these. This is a sectional. It's a section of that airspace. And, you know, they bind them all together. They become sectionals. Before we had this sort of technology with a computer that put all of these, and that's what this is, lads. It's a digital version of one of these, which folds out into, like, you know, you could imagine going around, and this is only half the size. This gets bigger, right? Before we had the digital answer, this is what you had to do. So if you were going to be flying cross country, out came the sectionals from many different areas. And I have them. I have tons of, I've folders of sectionals, right? Of all different locations in the world. And you literally you'd be joining these all together. Right, I've left one area. I need to now fly in a different area, right? Anyway, when we're looking at this flight, we're saying, okay, well, we're getting a range here. It's going to be 33 nautical miles, which isn't very far. Now, things like SkyVector, it's going to give you automatic stuff here. Look, you can see the distance, you can see the ETA based on the speed and altitude of your aircraft and how much fuel you need, right? So if you're to say, well, that's nice and all, but, well, you know, I want to go exploring a little bit. Okay. This is where we start looking at the map. And we can say, well, look, Lynx Lake, Bald Eagle breeding area. Jesus. Let's go down and have a look at this. So what we'll do, we'll drag this little fella and just drop him down. Okay, so we want to head down and have a look at this, you know, Lynx Lake. All right. Well, after we go to Lynx Lake, is there anything else we want to see? Or if we're looking at the map, look, Chase, there's a lot of high terrain here. There is a lot of high terrain. But we have something here, look. Cordes Lakes, or Cordes, or Cordis, right? All right, well, that's potentially... This is going to be a built-up area, because I'm looking at it on the map. This yellow is indicating an urban area. It's built up, right? And there might be other things on the map that I can see. Well, we can see that there's power lines, right? And the reason why they have these power lines on the map is to let you know these are visual reference points, VRPs, right? So from there, we're going to say, right, we'll continue on. Then this looks to be some sort of a road network. See this? This is like some sort of a highway. Now, I don't know what the highway is just yet, but this is where you'd bring in, say, Google Maps or Bing Maps and you say, what's the name of that highway? It's an interstate, no doubt, that's going south of Montezuma Castle. There's a national monument here. Oh, Jesus. Well, let's see, can we fly up this neck of the woods? Right? Camp Verde is here and, you know, there's a castle. All right. But I want to be able to fly as close to this road. So that's going to go into our little plan to say, well, look, there's actually going to be a highway very close on our left-hand side. We're just going to follow that guy all the way up. And then we'll see, well, there's going to be a junction. The highway goes left and straight. And we'll expect then when we fly over, there happens to be an airport here. Well, to the right of the airport is going to be this little waypoint. And then we continue on up and then we're into Sedona. So this is a very basic flight plan. Very basic, but it's not complete. From here, we can go into our navlog. And our navlog is going to give us this kind of information. SkyVector does a very good job on this. And as I said, this is all free, right? So it's going to say, well, look, your route altitude, the wind direction and the wind speed, the temperature, right? Your track, you have your calculated airspeed. Effectively, you're saying you're going to be traveling at about 110 knots, right? And which we can change all of that. So if we're to close this and say, well, look, realistically, we're in a Cessna, we're going to travel at 90 knots, and our altitude here does low terrain. We're flying VF4, so we're heading east. Is going to be odd. Let's say we're going to go to 9,500 feet. 0, 9, or 5. Right, let's horse this one in. Hey, Naughty Gnome is here. Good to see you, buddy. Gadget, good morning. Hope you're well, lads. So now it's changed a little bit. So we're going to say, right, with the wind, our total airspeed, the track we need to do, the deviation if we need to do, right? And then we have all our different headings, main heading, or main heading. Then we have ground speed, the distance, right? And then we have our ETA en route, estimated time, ETO, balls, ETO meaning estimated time of ETO aviation, estimated time over. Yeah. So your estimated time over that waypoint. Then you have ATO, which is your actual time en route versus your actual time on point or at the waypoint. And you would fill this in. And then if you're doing fuel planning in the real world and in a flight sim, you can do your fuel planning. I've no fuel put in there, but let's say, for example, gallons, we've 50 gallons of fuel on board. All right. This is going to give us then, this is where our fuel should be at. All right. So this is where we're going to say, well, right, how long do I stay on this heading? How long do I stay? How long is it going to take me? Here's our timings, right? Total is going to be, what, 45 minutes? It's a 45-minute flight. And we can see then we've other information on this when it comes to the waypoint. We get a latitude, longitude, and we've these user fixes, but we can also write in some notes here. We can also write a note. So this navlog, which is effectively a flight plan, right? We just haven't filed it yet. This navigational log is telling us, look, these are all the waypoints, and we have a top of climb and top of descent. Not necessarily important for VF4 because we can play around with that. But basically this route here on the map, when we put that into a navlog, that's how it looks. So when we're in the airplane, okay, well, this is what the wind is doing based on this condition, grand. These are the headings I'm going to have, right? And then you can fill in other things, your block time in and out, your flight time, fuel totals, your planned route. It's giving you all the GPS coordinates, a squawk code if you're given a squawk, and then you write down your clearance. SkyVector does all of this free, and they'll even throw in important information that you might need for free. Brilliant, right? So it's an idea. So this is the airport diagram for Prescott. And we can also go over and get the airport diagram, of course, for Sedona. So if we open up Sedona, we have access to the charts, we have access to the weather. frequencies, and even we can see a visual reference because here's a photograph someone took of the approach into Sedona, and they happen to do it in a helicopter, right? So this is, when it comes to planning, just look at what's available for us. We can say, oh, hang on, okay, so as I'm approaching, yeah, there's going to be hangars over on the right hand side, there's a sheer drop on the left and to the front. Like, this is a wonderful way to get yourself acquainted with where you're going, what you're doing, what you're going to see when you get up there. All right. And then we'll say, well, right, do we need to start thinking about kind of plan B? You know, we want to fly into these areas, but is there airspace that we shouldn't be wandering into? Is there restricted airspace, right? Is there busy airspace? These are the things we want to be careful of. And also the terrain. We're saying, well, we're going to fly at 9,500. Are we going to be keeping that minimum height away from the ground? If it was the case that you weren't, and we're saying, well, listen, we're leaving controlled airspace, right? We're leaving controlled airspace, and we want to be heading to the south. Now, let's say, for example, well, the winds don't favor the south, so you're actually going to have to go to the north. All right, well, we haven't planned for the north. So now you start planning, well, we want to get down to this lake. Well, okay, well, we're going to be departing this direction to the northeast, right? Okay, we're going to head this way. How do we get down to there? And this is where our flight planning really starts coming into it, because we'll say, well, look, there's a wilderness area, probably forests, right? Okay, well, let's put in a waypoint there. Suddenly we have this wilderness area. If there's forests, we can see all these mad, weird, wavy lines. These are contour lines. Contour lines are showing you the distance in elevation, as in the difference of elevation. Where you have contour lines very, very close to one another, it's showing a sharp increase, right? If the contour lines are only 1 or 2 or 3, you know there's elevation, but it's not much. This is showing us, well, there's quite a bit here. There's quite a bit, right? And there's some warnings here as well. Be careful. There's a winch tow in use, because we have these icons to say, oh, hang on, there's glider activity here. And that makes total sense. Why? Gliders love this neck of the woods because you have mountains all over the place. Thermals and all the jazz. So suddenly our flight plan has started to change drastically, because we're going to say, well, listen, once we get to this forested or wilderness area, right, there's antennas. Well, we should see the antennas. That'll probably be easier to spot our antennas, right? Come back here, actually. Hang on. We made a mistake. Delete that. P52, go there. And KP52, get him over there. So Sedona is our final stop, KSEZ. KSEZ. And we'll get that P52 out of it, right? So we're going to say, well, look, well, hang on. We don't necessarily want to go to here, which is going to be KP52, which I don't see. Here we go. And we can remove that part. So this is our departure. So we're going to say, well, look, we're going to fly to where these antennas are. But on the way, we're going to pick up another visual reference point. And if you look at the map, you say, well, hang on, there's little lakes and stuff around the place. In a Boxman is here. Good to see you, buddy. There's little lakes and stuff here that we can fly along. So if we're going on the runway heading, well, what if we fly to this little lake? There's a little lake there, right? Now I'm saying, right, we're going to be taking off out of Prescott. So this is, again, this is all flight planning, right? So we're going to open up maps and we're going to head over to where Prescott is, right? So we're down over this neck of the woods. There's Prescott. And we're going to find the airport. Let's go back into here. The airport is to the north. So there's Prescott. Our airport's up here somewhere. Diddly diddly diddly. There's Prescott. And it says the airport is up here somewhere. Can we see an airport? Is it that far up? Hardly. There it is. So here's Prescott. So we're going to say, look, we're going to fly until we get to a lake. Can we see a bit of a lake? Because there's something on our chart showing us a bit of a lake, right? So we're looking around. We can't really see the lake. It's not that clear on the map, right? There's this forested area, right? Here's the mountains here. So we were going to fly till we got to a bit of a lake. There's stuff here, but look, me looking at the terrain and satellite view, this is difficult. Okay, how do we make it easier? That's probably it there. Right? There's a river. Now, that's going to be a bit of a hike if we fly all the way up until we get to the river. But we could absolutely do that. Go back into here. Where's the river? Here it is. So we can say, well, we can fly until we get to the river. That's one way of doing it. Yeah? The river. So we can use that as a waypoint. But you get the idea. This is where your flight planning comes in. You want to be spending some time at the airport, looking around, seeing what features that it has. Hello? And then you also plan for your alternate. So a question might come in, you know, how did you know how to do that? Or how do pilots know how to, but they plan. This is where planning comes into it. And a lot of time is spent planning. Plan hard, fight easy. That's right. That's what you try and do. So you get that idea out of Prescott. And again, okay, that doesn't really work. That's not ideal. So go back into our map. What is sticking out like a sore thumb that we should very much be able to see, you know, from our aircraft? What can we see easily without worrying too much? You know what I mean? Come back in here. So if we depart the airport, well, what's going to be easy to see from the ground, right? Well, there's urban areas all around us. Here's a mad looking kind of a river ravine. There's mountains and there's forests. We will see this. Also, look at the color of the terrain. There's a big J up on the thing. That's a perfect visual reference point. And that's up near Haunted Hamburger, right? Jerome parking. So that's on a hill. Now, do we have 3D options with Google? Probably not. We should have. There we go. So there's a big J on the side of that hill. And there's a quarry here. Like, these are the tools that we have now when it comes to, look at this. I mean, this is just Google Maps we're using. Bing has the same features. Do you know what I mean? So suddenly now this is telling you a very different story, because while you're looking at, you know, there's nav aids all over the shop. So there's a J there. Wouldn't it be great if we could fly and intercept where that J is on the ground, right? So let's get an idea of where it is. From the airport, we're going to track up to the northeast, right? And then we need to be heading over this neck of the woods. So it's over here, Jerome. So there's the village or the town of Jerome, right? Have a look at our map. There's Jerome. And then we're looking for this J. So if we were to put this into our nav log to say, well, look, I tell you what, I want to head up to Jerome first. And there is a monument there. And then from Jerome, we're going to head kind of south east until we pick up some antennas. All right, so southeast, can we see antennas? They are a visual reference point, don't forget. So can we see antennas on the map here? Not particularly, at least not from this view, right? But you might. You could be lucky. And when they say antennas, I mean, in the sim, you're going to see them because they're going to be on the horizon, if you like. Do you know what I mean? Roy is here, good to see you. But we can't see them looking at Google Maps. Okay, well, what else can we see? Well, there's an airport. Cottonwood. Right, well, let's find Cottonwood. So from Jerome, we're going to head out to another river, and it's Cottonwood. All right. There's Cottonwood. So the airport is easy to spot on the map, isn't it? Oh, yeah, there's your visual reference point. Now, you may not be going directly to the airport. There could be airspace you don't want to compete with and all that kind of jazz. But as we're looking around this area, well, it says, well, look, there's antennas somewhere in this area. We'll find these antennas here by keep looking at the map. We just will. And you'll definitely see them within the sim because they've modeled all of that stuff. You know what I mean? So we're just trying to get an idea for the terrain. Now, here's something. What be this? That looks like an antenna field. That is an antenna field. Is there anything here we could look at? No. Is there anything on the map we can look at? That to me looks like, well, there's the antennas. So we've identified where the antennas are. And it's just slightly northwest of the airport. If we go back in here, the antennas are just slightly northwest of the airport. So we've actually found the antennas now. We now know roughly it's an aerial field or they call them an aerial farm. They're just antennas, communication or whatever. I reckon that's it there. It looks like it, doesn't it? And that's your planning. Then we go back in here to say, right, when we take off, so we'll close this, we'll open up a new nav log because we've added in waypoints. See this user fix? And then we have another user fix. This is where we can start naming these ourselves. Now, Sky Vector's grand, but you're limited with Sky Vector because, well, you know, chart access and knowing exactly where you are and all the jazz. Navigraph makes this whole ordeal so much more easier because you can do the exact same on Navigraph and plan the entirety of the flight just by using Navigraph because it has the same data, right? So if we were to go in here, we're going to change this to US sectionals via 4, and we're going to come over here. We're going to go back to Prescott. Where are we at here now? There's Phoenix. So we're looking for Prescott. Let's just put in this route. So we're starting from KPRC. So we're going to copy all of this back into Navigraph, right? And we're going to say new flight, type it in, KPRC, and then our route. There it is. Very same thing. But look what Navigraph has given us. It's going to say with 6 miles on this heading, 8 miles on that head. Like, you can kind of see where this gets into it, right? And again, you're looking for the antennas. Navigraph makes this very easy because you can literally then go into satellite mode and see exactly what it is you're looking for. Exactly, right? Now, there is a little bit of a difference between the data driving this in terms of the map versus what we had with Google Maps. But I wouldn't worry about it. Isn't it cool, right? If you press control on your mouse, you can tilt the map on Google Maps. Yeah. Like, you can move the maps around. Or you can download Google Earth. That's another brilliant one, right? So yeah, you can do this kind of crack. And zoom in and change the orientation and, you know, just have at it. But you see the detail, like, it's frightening, isn't it? It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing what you can do. Scenic view, but also, what is the scenic view like? Let's have a look at this. Oh yeah, sure, look at this, lads. Isn't that gorgeous? And just like that, out of nowhere, as random as the last 10 minutes was, we have now, and there's even a place called Baghdad over here, like in the last 10 minutes, we've now come up with a flight plan that looks like it's actually going to be an awesome flight plan, right? How long will it take us? Well, we can work that out based on the total mileage, add up all this distances. This is something I kind of hope Navigraph would do. We can see our route. Can we get a nav aid or a nav plan with this? So we can export it, right? But that's only the file type. I'm looking for like a nav aid for this. Route, map, weather, telemetry. I don't think we can. Effectively, what you want to do, you want to be able to now build your flight based on this. So we're going to say, okay, after takeoff, we're going to be traveling for 6 miles on a heading of 3.5. We're going to, you know, there's a visual reference point. The Black Hill will pass on our left. There's going to be houses on our right. And then when we get up to roughly this neck of the woods, and how we'll know it is, well, look, we can see it. There's a dirt track here. Motor crossing or something. We'll see that outside the window. Provided we're not too low or too high, and it's VF4 conditions. From there, we're going to be heading roughly on a heading of 71 degrees. And again, we're coming into a forest. That's our waypoint. All right, when we get to the forest areas, then we're going to be heading down south because we're going to be looking at this. Couple of more stuff. There's a helipad up here, parking. There's a mountain. There's our famous J that we're going to fly to. And we know we're going to get to this location because we know that the terrain color changes. It sticks out. This is an orangey brown kind of a color. And we can see that, well, look, there's a quarry here. Right? Goat friends, they tend to do this for like the town, how they identify it. J for Jacobsville, I think it's called, is it? Is it Jacobsville? They do that in a lot of places in the States. From there, we're going to be heading down to this aerial, the antenna farm. And how we know is, well, look, there's an airport there. We should pass it. If we can't see it, well, we know the airport is our visual reference point, right? Wasn't that possible on the upper right, pressing the pencil button? No, like that's just putting in your route, just your route, you know. So in the space of a few moments, we've just come up with a flight plan, and I can guarantee you, if we were to fly this direct, you know, waypoint to waypoint to waypoint, aiming off where we need to do it, this would be just absolutely incredible. It'll be a wonderful flight because now you're planning. Jesus, we're going to, you know, I'm looking forward to these antennas. And after the antennas, sure, look, we're going to get down here There's a lake. This is the lake we wanted to see, Lynx Lake, right? Bald eagles are living down here. Fantastic. After that, we're going to head on down the road because there's a nice kind of a town. There's a built-up area we're going to fly over. And I want to see what that looks like. And then when we're flying back up the road, well, here's the interstate we were talking about, right? So now we're following the interstate. You often hear people joking saying, you know, I fly roads, I have 4. But we're going to follow this interstate all the way until the interstate breaks off. And here it is on the map. Look at this massive intersection, this junction. Yeah. So we overfly that. That's a visual reference point. We write it down in our flight plan and we say, well, we should be there roughly after, you know, half an hour. Right. And as we fly from there, then there was a waypoint up here we wanted to look at. Right. Doesn't say what it is there. But if we change this over to our sectionals, there is a waypoint here. The Montezuma Castle National Monument. Ooh, very interesting. Yeah, now it's in this area, right? It's not exactly there, but if we go in and have a look to see where it is, maybe there, or maybe here. It's over this neck of the woods, all right? And then from there, we're going to say, yeah, well, we're going to just head on straight then, direct up to Sedona. Well, we've other options here. We can follow this road, right? Again, if you're an interstate. Then there's a bit of a river here. Look at this. We can follow this river. I follow rivers because if you follow this river trail, it'll get you up quite a fair bit. All the way up to Sedona, right? And before you know it then, you're within 5 or 6 miles of Sedona, passing over more populated areas. And there's the airport. So we get the idea. When you're doing your flight plan, it's not always go on to SimBrief, give me a departure, give me an arrival, throw me the alternate, and away we go. There's so much we can do with this and so many things we can factor in to really give you a great sense of adventure. You could be sitting down, and next thing, like the sky is the limit. You could be sitting down and saying, Jesus, I'm going to this airport. Sure, let's Google it. Go onto YouTube and find out what do we know about it. I mean, suddenly you're now building a narrative to your entire flight plan. It's amazing when you think about it, right? And then you can simulate things. You can use programs like On Air. You can use your say intentions to give you ATC. Like you can use these things then to further enhance this experience to say, well, the landing fees and the fuel in Sedona, they're too expensive. And if I'm heading back to my starting airport, I might need to refuel. Suddenly you have a bit of a conflict. Oh, I need to fly somewhere else. So then you start looking around. Well, where are we? Well, we are in Phoenix. Where else is decent for us to get fuel? Well, you might have to go across the way. You might have to look for other airports. Flagstaff is only up the road. Now, when we say Flagstaff's only up the road, what is it? Another 20 miles? Next thing you know, you're in Flagstaff. And if you've gone as far as Flagstaff, surely to the Bejani then, couldn't you be rambling into the Grand Canyon, perhaps? Right? It's only up the road. So we're up here now. Grand Canyon National Park is up here. Now, that's a serious cross country. And then you go one further, right? So if you were to say, well, hang on, we're going to change this now. We're going to add in Flagstaff, KSEZ. Then we're going to go to Flagstaff, KFLG. And then finally, KGCN. We're going to add these in. Now you have a flight plan. And that's a great day's flying, right? It's going to add maybe 80 miles to your route. And again, we can put this into this guy here. So we're going to say, well, look, we're not going to go to Sedona. That's not our full stop. We're going to go Sedona. Then we're going to go to Flagstaff, KFLG. And then our final stop is going to be up the Grand Canyon. What did you say it was? KGCN. Now, if we were going to fly this route in a Cessna 172 with an average speed of 90 knots at an altitude of 9,500 feet, this entire flight time will take us just under 2 hours. Now, that's a flight, friends. That is a class flight to do. And it's not the usual, I'm starting here, I'm going to there. We know already, we've built a storyline into this. We need to find the forest. We need to find the J on the mountain. We need to find those antennas. Then we're tracking backwards. We want to see where these bald eagles are having the crack. Then we're going to follow that interstate up. There's a friggin' Montezuma monument we're going to fly over. Then we're going to ramble into Sedona because we know it's an awesome landing, right? But the fuel is too dear and, well, I want to see more, right? We'll continue on with part 2 of our flight, which is going to take us from Sedona, following all sorts of wonderful terrain, including the river, all the way to Flagstaff, Arizona. Very high altitude. And then when we get to Flagstaff, that's where we're going to get our fuel, right? And after Flagstaff, well, now we're doing a dash, 50 odd miles over some incredible scenery. And even looking at the map, we're saying, well, look, there's high ground here. There's Humphreys Peak. But along, there's power lines, there's rail, there's wind farms. See the way they're on the map? So we're saying, yeah, we're going to be watching out for the wind farms. We should be passing those after 20 minutes. That kind of stuff, right? And then we're into Tusayan, neck of the woods, and landing in the Grand Canyon National Park. And this airport is actually custom scenery in the sim. It's handcrafted. And when you're there, you're literally at the Grand Canyon. You're 10 minutes by heli, less, into the Grand Canyon. And it's absolutely spectacular in the sim, right? Like, that's a perfect flight plan. But it's more than just we're going from here to there to there to there. You can see where you can really start enhancing. And the flights that I do, right? The flights that I've done or that I plan each and every week, I simplify it to say, well, we're going from here to there, there to there. And then I allow the flight to kind of be malleable so far as, oh, look at this. Let's go. Come on, lads, we're going over this way. Because I'm trying to get us relatively clear to different locations that we can explore. Or maybe by chance, by accident, you're going to find something to say, Jesus, look at the state of this. I didn't think it'd be this good. And that's why I get mad excited. Because, like, this is where I'm planning my flights looking at this. And then you see it in the sim, you're like, I mean, I thought it'd look impressive, but like, whoa. You know what I mean? So try and look at this technique of when we're doing even our group flights. Have a look at the map. See what happens. Well, that looks interesting. It's only a slight diversion, or maybe, well, no, if you pick your plane, I'm going in this because it's either faster or slower because I want to do additional things. Suddenly, this has a massive impact on your flight. You're no longer just sitting there on autopilot. You're now actively flying and you're applying all of these things. It's not something you have to do all the time, right? This, again, because I think all of us here, we have a lot in common so far as we'll dive into the casual stuff. We'll dive into the the high discipline stuff, and we're doing this kind of crack in the middle. We're just going from side to side, and for our community, that's what makes us so very unique, right? We're not locked into one specific discipline as no, it's only casual, or no, it's only realistic. There's a bit in the middle, and that's what makes the thing so fun. You know what I mean? Reciv, it was correct. PS Mirandai, brilliant. Balut is here, good to see you. This sort of flying has been highly improved with the graphics of flight sim these days. It's amazing how you can see things in the sim that you never see in real life. 100%. Goldfriend says, fully agree. Great you showed this side of flight sim. Adding a story content to your flight plan. Often I'm too tired to fly when I come home from work, so I do the planning only and fly on the weekends. That's what you're building a narrative into this, and then suddenly, just save them. Not only, like, this is where the thinking get absolutely, like, I'm on a bit of a tangent here, but I need to show you this, right? I need to show you this because this is where you can absolutely take your flight to another level, right? So have a look at this. I'm going to do something absolutely mad, and this will, some of you will probably say, yeah, but sure, that's the way life goes, or this will absolutely, blow your mind, right? An upcoming general aviation flight using VFR. We depart Prescott and heading to Sedona. However, fuel prices are a little high, so we will instead refuel at Flagstaff, and then a full stop landing at the Grand Canyon National Park Airport. Our route has visual reference points such as Jerome, right? Jerome. Such as Jerome Town with an antenna field. You're probably wondering what I'm doing here. Give us a second. Antenna field. Then it's southwest to Lynx Lake, which is a bald eagle breeding area. Then we follow the interstate up to a monument of Montezuma, then fly on. The attached is the flight plan. Give me a full scenario to put a narrative to this flight. I'm flying Cessna 172 at about 90 knots at 9,500 feet. This is going to blow you sideways, because this is what, as a flight simmer, this is how you can come up with meaning, context, reason, right? So have a look at this. Look, this is friggin' nuts. So ChatGPT, we've done the hard work. Now we're just looking for a bit of a, so the morning light over Prescott that has a crisp high desert clarity. Jesus, right, we're flying in morning time. So fuel prices at Prescott sitting higher than we'd like. Decision, Flagstaff will be our fuel stop, not Sedona. Practical call, grand. We're mining history. All of a sudden, we leave Prescott behind. The land starts to fold, wrinkle beneath us. Forest gives way to rugged hills. Soon, Jerome appears off the nose, clinging impossibly to the side of Cleopatra Hill, would you believe? Then it's Jerome to Lynx Lake. Then highways are rivers for pilots. That's where we're going to be following in the interstate. A fuel stop in Flagstaff, and then it's up to the Grand Canyon. Like, that's just using ChatGPT to say, hey, listen, this is what I'm doing. Can you build this flight for me? Or can you put context into it? Can you give me... Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how you can really expand on just another flight sim session. It's incredible what you can do, right? What do you think of the latest videos from Aviation 101? Yeah, it's pretty cool, Roy. Brilliant. Watching the... Sumner is here. Good to see you, buddy. But you get the idea of how you can really build flights in. Right? Now the ChatGPT stuff, it depends. Like, I'm lucky so far as I've never been stuck for inspiration for content. I mean, we can just do this. If I wanted to add in, I mean, what the ChatGPT tell me there, try fly this at morning time. That's a good idea. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not to say I want to fly from here to there. Give me a full. It can't do this. AI cannot do this. And if it can, it'll never do it the right way. You need the humans to do this, right? We could all sit around here collectively and say, right, lads, I want you all to go onto SkyVector or onto Navigraph. We're going to look at the map. We're going to fly from here to there. Let's see, can we come up with an interesting and fun flight together, and we'll all put our own sway in it. Maybe Roy says, Murph, I want to see that lake, right? Maybe P.S. Miranda says, Murph, I want to see the mountain. Or Goldfriend says, Murph, I want to see these chimneys, right? That's where the thing gets so very, very interesting. And like, AI just can't do that. It just can't, right? It can assist you, but it can't replace that sense that we have of exploration or adventure. It just can't do it, because we're all different. We'll all put our own little sway in it. You know what I mean? So yes, there's great tools there to help us along, but you need us to be able to do it. Do you know what I mean? So when we have our flight planned, well, how do we follow the thing accurately. And that's exactly what we're learning today with the Navigraph Academy. So we'll go back into it. Flying visually. On the flight plan we've just made up there, we're looking at visual reference points, highways, forests, all of that, it's put into it. Then we need to work out when we need to fly in a heading. We need to fly for a certain amount of time, at a certain airspeed, at a certain altitude. And we need to be aware, by doing our research on the charts, we need access to charts, because when we can't fly into restricted or dangerous areas, we need to know what the terrain looks like. And then because we are planning, we can utilize things like Google Maps or Sky Vector and all these other cool stuff to really dive into this is where we're actually going. And that's how it's done in the real world. It's done the exact same way. At flight schools, it's quite repetitive because they've already done the hard work. They just keep flying the route and it becomes easier to teach and there's feedback. The world is your oyster. Like Microsoft have given us the entire planet. The entire planet. Like what? Right? So there's no end to what you can do. There's no limit on what you can do. And rather than point A to point B, not at all, man. You can really delve into this. And you can even make it challenging. Okay, can you do this route with minimal fuel? What? No. Right? Or, yeah, but I have to wait until the weather is just right. It's a game changer of how we would then interact with the sim. Anyway, picking waypoints. When we fly visually, success begins with a solid plan. And the key part of pre-flight preparation is choosing reliable waypoints. The best landmarks are those that stand out clearly and are difficult to confuse them with anything else. For example, a large lake with distinctive shapes, islands, peninsulas, or even towns outlined against open terrain. These features allow you to cross-check your position with confidence and avoid misidentification. You know, you wouldn't pick a waypoint, well, here's a tree. Yeah, but it's in a forest. There are many other trees. All right, here's a power line. Do you know what I mean? So you're looking for things that stand out, easy to spot. And remember, you're at altitude, and your altitude is critical to this. If you're too low, you may not see it. If you're too high, you may not see it. So you need to factor this in, right? The features will allow you to cross-check your position with confidence to avoid misidentification. In the video, we're going to look at several examples of such landmarks. Some are also shown below. So there's a lake with trees, very distinct features, right? Here's a road with a couple of houses, mountains, looks like a lake in the background, and here's something similar. Altitude is a key factor in in a successful visual navigation. Altitude is a key factor in successful visual navigation. If you fly too high, small details like road junctions or ponds become hard to spot. Fly too low and your view narrows, making it difficult to recognize larger features such as coastlines, city outlines. You may even pass close to a waypoint without even noticing it. A good rule of thumb, fly about 2,000 feet above the ground. AGL. Not 2,000 feet barrow, you want to be about 2,000 feet above the ground. So if we're looking at in here and we're saying, well, look, what's the Mora? What's the altitude of this neck of the woods? Well, 7,500 feet, roughly. That goes up to about 8,000 here. All right. Does it go any higher? So you're getting ideas. Now you would further hone in because you would check in the airport. For example, Cottonwood. What's the elevation of this? That's actually quite low. 3,560. All right. But this is up at like nearly 8,000. So you're getting the idea, right? You want to be roughly 2,000 feet above the ground level. Where's this now? A good rule of thumb, 2,000 feet. This sweet spot keeps you close enough to see smaller features while still high enough to read the bigger picture. All right. Just took the step to purchase ChatGPT Plus. How much is that, Roy? I don't know. I don't know. Like, if to pay for it, is it worth it? Am I paying for that? I don't know. I think I'm on the free one. Anyway, Navigraph Charts, your navigation companion. So I've showed you ways in which you can do all of this without using Navigraph Charts, and it is possible, right? However, I recommend using Navigraph because I go on to Sky Vector, then Google, then this, then loads of different things. Everything I need is right here in Navigraph. And not only that, I have the added advantage of using this as supplying all my charts, getting the weather, telemetry if I need it, right? But also a moving map. It'll superimpose my aircraft on this as it's just an additional nav aid. A lot of people who can't navigate use Navigraph and they just keep an eye on where their plane is on the map. Now they can suddenly navigate. I don't care what you use. It's a navigational aid. It is there to aid you, assist you. You use it however you need to, right? It's better to use something than have nothing and be lost, right? It's free for a month and then €22 per month after. Ah, okay, nice. Yeah, I don't know what the features will be, right? But yeah, we'll check it out. So, to plan a flight and navigate in the air, we need to have access to aviation charts. In the past, it meant carrying paper charts, which are these fellas. And you'd have bags upon bags of these fellas, depending on where you were flying, right? Today's digital solutions are the standard. In real-world aviation, these tools can cost thousands of dollars each year to purchase and to update. But in home simulation, we have access to ultra-realistic tools at a fraction of the cost. Now, just to put something into perspective, lads, right? So on this screen here, this is Garmin Pilot. In the world, there's really only 3 players when it comes to EFBs and charts. You have Garmin Pilot, you have 4Flight, and you have Sky Demon. They're kind of the 3 main ones. Just to give you an idea, Garmin Pilot is about $200 a year, and it includes the United States. So I have charts in here. If I want to, I can change what the chart shows me, and I can put it into, VF4 if I wish, and I can go US VF4. So you can see it there. I have the exact same charts that we had here on Navigraph, but I'm limited to the United States. If I wanted to add another area, for example, if I wanted to add Europe is another €200 or €300. If I wanted to add Oceania, that's another €200 or €300. If I wanted to add Asia, that's another 2. Suddenly, your annual subscription to real-world database is somewhere between €700 and €1,200 per year. Per year. The alternative, and this is real-world stuff, the alternative is Navigraph. They will get, and if you're only doing flight sim, they will give you the same global coverage for about 160 or 140 quid a year. It's a no-brainer. It's like, what? It's a no-brainer, right? I like the option of real-world EFBs in case I'm going to use them in real-world flight, or in fact, I'm looking at features and seeing how the real-world side of aviation is progressing, looking at technology, and it's something then I would like to see developers add for us in flight sim. So I always keep, and that policy that I have, if you like, it starts at navigation, it goes everywhere. Aircraft, hardware, software, you name it. That's the philosophy, right? So Navigraph is pretty much your one-stop shop, and it does make it extremely affordable. It's magnificent value. Magnificent. To be fair, in real life, you wouldn't likely be flying in all those areas. No, probably not. But you can still see, if you wanted to use these programs for flight simming, it's just not an option. It's too expensive. Anyway, home simulation, we have access to ultra-realistic tools at a fraction of the cost. For today's navigation flight, we're going to be using Navigraph Charts, which is Navigraph's professional-grade digital nav solution designed for both visual and instrument flying. It offers a worldwide database of aviation and geographic data, with accurate depictions of airspace, procedures, and terrain features. Everything is presented in a clean, intuitive interface that works seamlessly on desktop, tablet, mobile, and directly within the flight sim itself. Now, a bit of a sales pitch here from Navigraph, but they've built a phenomenal product. So, at Navigraph Academy, we use Navigraph charts to demonstrate how to plan and fly visually. If you prefer another aviation map service, feel free to do so and follow along anyway. The core principles of visual navigation are the same regardless of the software. How many companies would actually include something like this? They'd say, everyone else is crap, use ours. Navigraph aren't like that. You're dealing with nice people. Max Stallion, good to see you. Anyway, what sets Navigraph Charts apart for simmers is it's purpose-built for flight simming. You get worldwide coverage with accurate depictions of airports, terrain, airspace, plus it integrates well with your simulators. The app can connect directly to your sim to show your aircraft's position, ground speed and track, and as you progress, you'll also be able to export planned routes to your sim and compatible avionics, making GPS navigation smooth and precise. And they're bringing more features to it. But anyway, we have a video to watch now, folks, and this is going to be about our visual navigation. All right, so if we're ready, we'll go over here now to the tube of view, and we're going to be watching this from Navigraph. Any questions so far before we start this video? I don't think there's anything, you know, brand new in the world of learning we've just went through, but hopefully it's maybe given you, a general feeling. Or a general, maybe it opened a closed door to say, do you know what? Yes, there is another way that we can plan our flights. Do you know what I mean? So hopefully you feel somewhat maybe inspired now. Go off and plan a flight for me. I want you all to plan a flight. Using SkyVector, using Navigraph, something like that. Pick out a little route and then give me the reason as to why. Why are we doing this? What are the visual reference points? What are we looking at? It doesn't have to be a big flight. It could be 20 minutes. It could be 2 hours. It's up to you, right? But by using that same process that I've just gone through ourselves, well, I want you to do it. Pick interesting places in the world. You don't need to have sectional maps to do it. Just use a map. You can still see the same data using a map, right? Where did I hide this now? So if we go to SkyVector, it's great because we have, you know, sectionals, right? You don't need sectionals. This is SkyVector. This is all free. So maybe you're in France somewhere and you say, well, look, here's an interesting route. Why? Well, sure, you have the river, you know, out by the Loire Valley, or maybe it's somewhere else absolutely mad. You get into Russia or whatever. You know what I mean? Navigraph is great because they now include Europe via 4, which is absolutely excellent, right? But if you don't have access to it, you can still use the free stuff. Plan a flight in Ireland. Here's something interesting. There are 3 airports on the Aran Islands. So why don't you start in Galway or Connemara and then do the 3 dashes and then head back? Maybe that's a VFR flight route you want to do. Or go somewhere that has interesting terrain. And you'll see the topography on the map. You say, oh, hang on a second. Let's go into the Alps here. Jesus, look, yeah, here's a flight. We're going to go from Sion and we're going to ramble up to maybe a glider field up at either St. Stephen or, you know, Munster Private Airfield. Munster, brilliant. There we go. So you get the idea, right? So go off and try do a bit of a flight plan on SkyVector. Here's a link. And what I want you to do, pick a start, pick a departure, pick an arrival. It's a VFR flight. Plan something interesting that you would be, oh, this looks like it could be a nice route, right? And then as you're planning the flight, get right down. Like you can see even here, outside of this lake, right? Oh, hang on, that's a railway. Ooh, there's a railway that's a visual reference point, provided there's no trees blocking it, right? So you get the idea of what you can do. And have fun with it, right? Have fun with it. Right. Into Navigraph we go. And any questions, I'll still be here. This goes on for a little bit, but I'll still be here, right? So try not to panic too much. If you need me, just shout. I'll keep an eye on the chat. So we need to do one of these now.
Good morning. It is time to shine. A beautiful day awaits us in the Northern Alps, and we are about to head out on our first navigation flight. Grab your charts and follow me into the briefing room, and we'll soon be airborne, taking in the breathtaking views. Let's go. Welcome back to Navigraph Academy. This is lesson 11, and we are now in the final phase of the virtual private pilot's license course. And we are finally going out and about. Today's flight will be a beautiful trip around Lake Bodensee, or Lake Constance as it's also called. It's sitting just north of the Alps, and the lake separates the 3 countries of Switzerland, Germany, and Austria. And today's flight will take us into all 3. Our lesson is divided into 3 parts. First, I would like to take a few minutes to discuss some general philosophies covering visual navigation techniques from an airplane. After that, we'll take a closer look at Navigraph Charts and how to set up our maps for the flight. Here, it will help if you can follow along on your own app and make the same changes as we do. Lastly, Jason will come in and go through the upcoming flight together with you, highlighting some practical navigation techniques that you will use when you are up there. The goal of today is to give you the knowledge that enables you to plan your own flights with visual flying charts and give you the required skills in aerial navigation, preparing you for the more difficult cross-country navigations that we'll focus on in the remaining 2 lessons. Are you ready to start exploring the world? Let's get started. Visual navigation from the air has been a core part of flying since the dawn of aviation. During the majority of both world wars, pilots and navigators were primarily finding their way across continents using simple paper charts and the good old MyBall Mark I. Today we do practice the same visual flying technique with all new pilot students. And while visual navigation offers a challenge, it is also an amazing experience. Sometimes the views are simply breathtaking. There are some general principles that could be good to keep in mind as we plan our flights. First of all, we should talk about altitude. It is important that we fly at an altitude tailored to what we are trying to achieve. To make an extreme example, it will be difficult for a search and rescue helicopter to properly find a person in a small life raft from 10,000 feet. But on the other hand, if the helicopter was to fly very slow and very low, it would struggle to see very far. Its field of view would be narrow and it would risk missing the raft even if it passed very close to it. The same is true for us Cessna pilots. If we fly too high, it can be difficult to detect smaller features such as minor lakes, road junctions and individual houses. However, if we did choose to fly very low, we can't easily distinguish larger lakes, cities and the shapes of forested areas. It is therefore generally advisable to fly at a medium altitude, where we get the best of both worlds. A route altitude of about 1500 to 3000 feet above ground level is a good target. Moving on, finding one's way around the world solely based on visual cues may present some insidious challenges. Let's say we are planning to pass over a specific lake in this particular area. Looking at the region in Navigraph Charts, we can easily see that we have many good lakes to choose from. But sitting in the plane, how do we know which lake is the one we are actually targeting? As you can see here, many lakes may be the correct one. And if we simply look at the shapes, these ones may all be good candidates for our target. But in actuality, this view is not at all showing the correct lake. Our target lake is actually further along our route. We find the lake right here. This example makes it clear that we may suffer from a psychological fallacy referred to as confirmation bias. In confirmation bias, we find that if we tend to look for evidence that supports our assumption, in this example that the lake we're looking at is actually our target or our waypoint, we often do find evidence to suggest that we are right. We then take that evidence as confirmation that we have actually found our waypoint. As our example has shown, this often proves a false positive. For example, look here. This lake is connected to this area with a distinct shape, like this. Going to the map, we can try to find the same feature shape close to our target lake. If not, we are probably not looking at the right lake. The landscape surrounding the lake outside our window now acts as evidence that can disprove our assumption. And this time we can easily spot the shapes and the lake sits where we expect it to be. Nice. Alright, finally a few words about technology. In today's aviation world, we have access to a lot of great navigation tools that all assist us as pilots to succeed in our visual navigation tasks. GPS can provide a near perfect fix and present the aircraft position onto a moving map. And this is also possible in a lot of flight simulators, where apps and in-game map solutions can simulate how it is to fly with a GPS in a real plane. You can also access many GPS-like features in Navigraph Charts, where a lot of the information can be streamed live from your simulator into your Navigraph Charts software. But you are just at the beginning of your journey, and we'll get to the GPS and technical solutions later. Today we are going to do it old school. We are not going to use the T1000 navigation systems, nor are we going to use the built-in Navigraph Charts moving map feature. We'll deselect moving maps by clicking here. Instead, just like in real-life flight training, we'll plan our flight and fly by dead reckoning, confirming our position simply by looking outside and discovering the amazing world that's out there. Just a few years ago, this type of visual navigation was not possible to do in flight simulators, but today, worldwide satellite imagery and technical solutions have given us a one-to-one scale replica of the world to fly in, and we will make good use of it. Let's now begin planning our navigation together. Before we go over to Jason, who will go over the route he has selected, let me help you set up the maps for the best experience. In Navigraph Academy, we will make use of Navigraph Charts as a chart service, and this is our own sophisticated chart software that offers true-to-life navigation maps and tools, and it is available on both desktop, mobile and tablets, while also being accessible inside Microsoft Flight Simulator. Here we are in the web version of Charts. Click on the Map Preset Selector button and select VFR from the list. This enables the Visual Flying Rules chart. If you have made any changes to the visible layers beforehand, you'll see a reset button right here. If you do, click it now and reset the chart to this standard presentation. Let us pan to our starting airport. It is the same one we have been operating out on our previous flights, St. Gallen Alten Rhein Airport in northern Switzerland. The map still contains a bit too much information not relevant to visual navigation. For example, at this stage, we will not care about real-life airspace borders nor the radio navigation points. So let's declutter the chart. Click on the map layer selector and remove the navigation and airspace map layers. There we go. Let's zoom in and find Lake Constance again. There it is. Jason's plan is to navigate your way around the large lake in a clockwise direction, taking off and landing at St. Gallen Alten Rhein. Let's prep the plan. First, set up a new flight by going to the Flights tab and clicking New Flights. Select Alten Rhein as the takeoff airport, and we can hold off on adding it as our destination airport for now. Zooming in, we can see the runway and the traffic pattern. The black arrows show a visual flying rule procedure around the airport. We can see that there is a published way to depart from Alten Rhein to the west. Let us plot this onto the map. Right-click at the end of upwind. A plus sign marks the position. On your left, you can choose Add to Route. As we do, the navigation leg is added to the route. Let's right-click again at the end of the crosswind leg and add another leg. Now the fun begins. We'll get to pick our navigation points around the lake. So it's time to go over to Jason, who'll explain his method of choosing waypoints and the benefits these offer when in flight.
Hey folks, this will be a fun trip around amazing scenery. We've prepared waypoints that offer several advantages I would now like to share with you. We'll explore the map, and I'll show you how each leg will look from the plane as we fly it. Our first target is to follow the south coast of Lake Constance, all the way up to the city of Constance here in the west. Zooming in just west of the traffic pattern, we find a departure point called V, or Victor. As we should follow the departure route, we need to go here before we do anything else. Let's add Victor to the route by right-click and add. You'll see that the distance and the course between the end of the crosswind point and Victor is 6 nautical miles and about 290 degrees. Let's talk about the practical navigation aspect as well. Once in the air, finding Point Victor can be tricky as it's in the middle of the lake. This means checking the surrounding terrain and finding two distant features that together triangulate the position of our target. For Victor, we have the small jut sticking out from Egnach and the large Y-shaped road crossing on the left. Victor should be located about here, right in between those points, at the cross-fix location. From the cockpit, you'll be able to spot Victor by the same triangulation like this. Great, we now know where Victor is. Let's pick our next waypoint now. We'll continue following the coastline, so a right turn northbound across this peninsula would be good. Since you'll be sitting on the left side of the aircraft when you fly the route, It is always a good idea to plan your track just right of the visual landmark you're tracking. In this case, we've picked a point east of the town of Romanshorn. As you can see here, coming up in the town, this small 90-degree turn in the coastline is easily visible on our left side. Nice, let's go further west and explore the area more. Looking all the way down Lake Constance, we can see a small island right here. This is a good visual target for navigation, as we could expect to see it contrasting the lake, even at a distance. Let's add that as our next target. We'll add our next waypoint so as to pass just right of it. If you'd like to amend any of the points you just added, you can click and hold for a second before dragging it to a new location. If you'd like to remove the point and add a new one, find the point in the route list at the top of the page and click Remove in the menu. As we fly this leg, you'll see that it helps if your chart is oriented in the direction of flight, like this. This is a great trick that we use in real airplanes too. Holding paper charts in the correct orientation as the course up orientation makes it easier to spot matching landscape features outside of the window ahead. As you can see, the terrain outside of the window now matches the terrain as it appears in the Navigraph charts. If you want, you can also tilt the digital chart like this to give a better view. You'll be surprised, but you could see much further than you expect. We're in an airplane after all. Looking far ahead, we can already see the far end of the Lake Constance. And call me crazy, but that over there should be our island, should it not? We can also see the inlet at the city of Constance to the left, which makes it even more likely. Coming closer, we could spot the island easily enough. The next leg is going to take us further west, following this large peninsula. Let us see if we can find a good waypoint. Lakes, small or big, are outstanding visual navigation points. They often stand out against the landscape and terrain. And the shapes of each individual lake often make them most unique and difficult to misidentify. We could see a nice lake sitting on the peninsula right here. As you could see, it's really prominent when viewed from above. Let's pick the northwestern point as the next waypoint for our flight. Back in the plane, we are approaching the island just outside of Constance. Before we even get there, start looking for your next waypoint, which is the lake we just selected. And look there, we can definitely see a large, long lake in the direction of the next leg. We turn and start tracking toward it. Down there is Constance. Nice town, and it is actually the birthplace of Graf Zeppelin, the inventor of the airship. What a nice day, huh? As we come closer to the lake on the peninsula, we can see it better. It is a narrow and long lake which matches what we see in the chart. Let's not fall for confirmation bias though, so we'll cross-check with other features. Looking outside, I can see a peninsula jutting out of this large town, situated alongside the lake. Looking back down on the chart, we can see the same thing here. We've confirmed that we're at our lake. Now, let's cross the narrow northern part of Lake Constance. Here, I can't find any potential lakes, so we'll have to settle for something else as a visual target. The small town of Ludwigshafen should be visible easily enough, and we can identify it by confirming it is the western town on the north shore of Lake Constance. As you can see here, it's easy peasy to find it from the plane. Our next waypoint. Do you see any good lakes we can track towards? Yeah, there's one. Let's pick that one. Again, we plan to pass to the right of the landmark. Here, we'll have a great view of the city of Überlingen and the whole lake of Constance on the right. Once we pass alongside Überlingen and we see a lake to the north of it, we know we're at our lake. From here, let us explore the German plains a bit more. We'll turn away from Lake Constance and head northeast. Zooming out, we can see that the landscapes now present a greater visual navigational challenge. There are a few lakes in the area, and most of the landscape is similar with non-distinct forest areas as small towns scattered about. This is an interesting deal. We need to think about our options here. Looking closer again, we can actually see some smaller lakes up here. The biggest of them should make a fine target. Let's pick a point just to the right of it. The leg is rather long and will not be able to see the small lake from the start of the leg. We can see here that the leg is 9 nautical miles. I have a trick for you. While 9 nautical miles may sound like a lot, the Cessna does almost 2 nautical miles a minute at cruise power, meaning this leg should take about 4 to 5 minutes to complete. We could time the leg starting a timer overhead Überlingen. We know we should pass close to the waypoint around 5 minutes later. But how can we make sure we're steering in the right direction? Luckily for us, we have an instrument for that, our heading indicator. So as we pass overhead the city of Überlingen, we turn towards our course. Looking at the chart, we could see that we should steer 060 degrees. If we want, we can use this knob to set a heading bug under the course. Turn it until the bug on the heading indicator is on 060. You can also read the heading bug degrees here. Now, we just need to keep the nose oriented toward the heading bug and keep track of our time. Of course, as we fly along this route, we need to make sure to keep our eyes on the chart. Halfway through our leg, approximately 2.5 minutes in, we should pass this town, situated just at the southeastern corner of this large forested area. And look, there it is. Raising our eyes, we can now spot the lake in the distance. Let us continue our trip eastbound. Do you like puzzles? Well, if you do, you may have heard of our next target, Ravensburg. This smallish German town is home to one of the world's leading puzzle-making companies. If you've ever completed a big puzzle, chances are you've done a Ravensburg one. A big town like Ravensburg is visible from some distance, so we should be able to spot it early. As for our waypoint, it'd be nice to see the town properly. Let's pick this little lake down right here as our target. Flying over Ravensburg, we can also try to spot this large turnpike here. I've heard the puzzle factory is quite close to it. This leg is also quite challenging. Let's try to keep our heading of 101 degrees accurately. Our distance is 12 miles, so this leg should take about 6 minutes to fly. Looking at the chart, we see that there's a few distinct features along the route. This forested area, which is somewhat star-shaped, could be visible. Looking outside here, I think I see it. Looking around it, I could see a small town to the right of it. That's also on the map. We're on the right track. Coming a little further east, we can now see Ravensburg clearly. The lake should just be up ahead. Yep, just where we would expect it to be. After our sightseeing, let's start heading southbound. We're going back home now. Let's dive back into the chart and see if we can plot our route to Altenrhein. The town of Tettnang has a nice intersection in the middle of it, and there's also a small lake there. Looks like a decent waypoint. Zooming out, we can also see that there's an airport just to the west of this waypoint. This airport, Friedrichshafen. Each year, this place is home to one of the largest general aviation fairs in the world. It's where a lot of the old Zeppelins were built and moored in the beginning of the last century. And it still today has an airship industry, one of the few left in the world. If you go here, you can book an airship tour around Lake Constance if you want. And speaking of the lake, there it is in the distance. When flying visually, it's important to look as far ahead as we can. Big, distinct features can sometimes be seen from tens of miles away. While Lake Constance does not provide us an exact fix yet, we know we're tracking generally in the right direction by comparing the shape of the shoreline. Coming closer, we can see an airport on our right. Looking at the map, we can confirm this is Friedrichshafen by seeing how close it is to the shore of the lake. In between us and the airport, we see a town. Looking outside, we could see a small lake at the eastern edge of the town. Back on the chart, we could see this lake. It all matches, and we've done our due diligence. That's our waypoint. All right, great work. Note here how I always connect distinct features such as the shapes of the lake with the other landscape. I then check my chart, verifying what I've seen in real life seems to match the chart I'm looking at. Now it's time to start heading home to Altenrhein. Zooming out, you can see we're approaching Lake Constance again. You can also see there's another visual flying roll procedure to come back to Altenrhein. Let's try to get to this point called E or Echo in the eastern end of the lake. At this point, it could be quite difficult to find. Let's first find a good waypoint on the northern shore. This small island should do fine and be easy to distinguish. Looking up, we can already see the island jutting out of the town. Lake Constance is now easy to spot, and we know we're in the right place, as we could cross-fix our waypoint with the eastern shore of the lake. As you come to this point, it would be a good time to run the descent checklist. We perform this checklist when we are either starting our descent to land or when we're approaching the destination airport. We're getting pretty close now, so it is a good idea to do it close to the end of this leg. Let's go through how it is performed. Mixture, checked at rich. Altimeters set to local pressure. For live weather, we could check this in Navigraph Charts. Approach procedure. Let's rehearse it. We will pass point east and turn for the base leg. Since we have no abeam point, it could be a good idea to start reducing power to 2000 RPM and select flaps 10 as we pass these juts. These juts, which actually mark the outlet of the River Rhine into the lake, offer a perfect visual landmark to steer our way correctly to the base leg. On the chart, let's set the final point for good measure. Now we can add Altenrhein as our destination too. Completing our plan after passing our waypoint, we'll turn southbound for a minute to point east, and then fly towards the base leg on the traffic pattern in Altenrhein. Don't forget to also run the before landing checklist as well. Zooming out, we could see the whole trip planned. Great work! We spent quite a lot of effort finding good visual landmarks. To recap, we've been careful to select waypoints that are easy to distinguish from the surrounding terrain, such as lakes or large islands. We've also ensured we've passed each point as to have the landmark on our left side. We've also talked about potential cross-fix landmarks, such as the airport at Friedrichshafen, to confirm our waypoint from the cockpit. It's a good thing to do. Nice work. This will be a fun flight for you.
Before you leave for the flight, I'd like to make a few final suggestions. First, we should consider the terrain and the altitudes we plan to target on our flight. We recall that a good visual navigation altitude is around 2000 feet above the ground. But how do we actually find that in feet above mean sea level, which is what we are going to be seeing on the altimeter in the aircraft? There is some rising terrain around Lake Constance, and the lake itself sits at around 1300 feet above mean sea level. Looking at the route, we find height markings. Coming in over the peninsula at the beginning of our flight, we can see that the highest terrain stretches to about 2100 feet above sea level. Across and on the northern side of the lake, we can see higher hills up to 2200 feet, and then a few peaks close to 2400 feet. Further along our route, there are a few more spots reaching up to almost 2600, and there's also a few obstacles here reaching to 3300 feet above mean sea level. Now, in most parts of the world, flight altitudes below 500 feet ground are prohibited, so we can safely and effectively fly this route at about 4500 feet today. Alright, as for the flight itself, you'll find yourself back on Apron Bravo. This time the opposite runway will be in use compared to our previous lesson. Make sure you do your ground checks thoroughly and then taxi to the holding point for runway 28. Note that there is a run-up area in the bend on taxiway November for this runway. Taking off, you'll follow the pattern to the end of the crosswind, climbing to 4,500 feet. Then you are on your route. Don't forget what Jason has taught you, make sure you don't fall for confirmation bias, and don't forget to run your checklists. To access this navigation flight, go to the Navigraph Academy website and you'll be airborne in no time. At Navigraph Academy, you will discover an easy way to download and access all of our lesson content. Also, on the Navigraph main website, you can explore Navigraph Charts and find out how you can access all the great navigation features right now. Also, don't forget to leave a comment, a like, and a subscribe. That way, you will be supporting our educational content right here on YouTube. See you up there.
All right. A fair bit of stuff to cover there, but this is pretty cool, right? So, where's that? We have, where's this now? We open up Navigraph over here, right? And we're going to now bring in this exact flight. All right, so we're going to unload that. And here's the one I've been doing on my iPad during that lesson. So I've actually routed all of this based on just watching that video, right? So Belbro is asking, how can we tilt a map in Navigraph? I can turn using the right mouse button, but can't seem to tilt it. So you can move it left or right. If you want to tilt it, right click it and just drag up and down. It should be the same, Belbro, right? And then we can straighten things back up there. All right. Gibbo, good to see you. Glad to see the house is still standing. Asher, how are you now? Hope you're well, buddy. Mud Dog is here. Welcome in. Stu has gone back to work. Have a good one, buddy. But yeah, so this is what the route was, right? And like it's what I was doing here in the background using Navigraph. Kubi Montana, good to see you, buddy. Control and right mouse. Well, control will actually let you use the left mouse button, right? So a control key will allow you to do all that kind of stuff. All right. So we have our flight plan here now, right? So we'll depart. We have our various waypoints along the route, and we're going to plan to fly this at about 4,500 feet, right? Balbo, did you try control? Press control. Is there a lock as well here for the mouse or for the gadget? Let me see. If you go into preferences. Oh, do you know what it could be? Make sure you're not following your aircraft. Because sometimes that'll lock the position to your aircraft and you can't move it, right? And it's still doing that. Check for an update because it doesn't sound right. So this is what we're going to fly. 4,500 feet, and we have all these different waypoints along the way. Deadly, right? So another thing we need to do now is go back and bring up our checklists, right? So in order to do this, did I download these? I can't remember if I downloaded these. Let's have a look. Downloads. Oh. So the checklists, I want to save these onto my iPad. So if we go to Navigraph Academy, Navigraph Academy. And what we want to do, I just want to grab the checklists. So I have them here on the iPad, which is all happy days. So over to their website, over to resources, and we're going to look at the professional version of the Cessna 172. And I should be able to save this. Let's see. Downloads. Okay, so how do we save this? Share, copy, new tab. Share, copy, more, add to home screen. Checklist. Okay, add that. And I should now have this sitting somewhere on my iPad. Checklists, click. Will it work is the question. Murphy, you're a genius. So we now have this now saved to my tablet, so I can use this for what we're doing. Yeah. King Ari, good to see you. The guy Jason is a certified live pilot. He used to do a live stream on Friday nights. Believe he worked out of Southwest. Oh, really? He's awesome. He's very, very knowledgeable. Very, very knowledgeable. Right, so we're going to gear ourselves up for that. We'll put our map over here. We're finished here now with this stuff, right? And now we're going to go straight into the sim. Activities. Should have said real life. Yeah, no, I get it. We get it. He's a CFI. He's a CFI. Okay, so local navigation. This is what we're doing. Wait, now there was other stuff I'm after missing. The man Murphy, big Egypt. Hey lads, Navigraph Academy. Let's just go into this for a moment. Go to lesson. So we watched the video. So you're ready for your first nav exercise outside the traffic pattern. Before we take the controls, let's quickly recap. All right, so setting up your nav charts. Let's get started with your flight planning. Begin by setting up your charts just as shown. I've done that, right? So we go through all the stages to get it set up. Try to control left mouse, right mouse, just turning, no tilting. And it's the Charts app, Bellbro, yeah? We've added all these to the route. In settings, map tilt, come on. Avoiding confirmation bias, right? So we need to like double check we're in the right place. The speed factor, timing is another anchor in visual navigation. If you know a leg on your route is going to take 10 minutes to fly, then after 5 minutes you should be at approximately halfway. In order to make use of such calculations, we need to figure out how long it'll take us to fly to each of our legs. A quick rule of thumb. Remember, if your airspeed, which is in knots, is also your speed in nautical miles per minute. At 120 knots, the Cessna covers 2 miles each minute. At 90 knots, exactly 1.5 miles per minute. 60 seconds, of course, in a minute. The result is called the speed factor of the airplane. To find the flight time of a leg, we divide the total distance of the leg with the speed factor. All right? Our cruising speed is close to 90 knots, and we can therefore roughly say the Cessna will cruise with a speed factor of 1.5. For a 10-mile long leg, we'll find this solution. So it's 10 miles divided by 1.5 gives us 6.6 minutes, or bring it back into time, about 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Start your timer as you pass a known point. Set the heading bug of the course you've planned, and then fly the time. At the halfway mark, check a secondary feature against your chart. If it lines up, you know you're on track. Our flight today at St. Gallen, Alterrine. From there, we're going to taxi via November and Alpha, pausing just before the holding point. Apron Bravo. From here, taxi via November and Alpha for runway 28. Well, there is no Alpha, so that's wrong. Am I reading that wrong? Complete a run of tech, which there is one here. And after takeoff, follow the published visual departure, climbing steadily towards 4,500 feet. Taxi via November and Alpha. I don't see Alpha there. 6 minutes 40 seconds would be correct. 6.6. So 6.5. Sorry, yeah. 6.5 would be 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Correct, Malky. Yes. So there's they have a couple of things to fix here. By combining a well-prepared chart, careful feature cross-checking, accurate timing, and disciplined procedures on the ground, you're ready to navigate like a true pilot. This flight is your first step in the world of cross-country navigation. Enjoy the views. We shall. Now, while we're here, let's give a bit of feedback to the Navigraph lads. This would be important. Bear with. Navigraph. Two things. Phase 2, lesson 2. The briefing shows a speed factor of 1.5. 10, 1.5 equals 666 minutes, or 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Should this not be 6 minutes and 40 seconds? Under today's flight. Your navigation exercise starts. Right now, it should be one of these. And one of these. Let's just double check that there isn't an alpha there. Ba 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 ba. Bravo. Alpha is here. This is November. Right. Hey, Strap, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. I just want to give a little bit of feedback just to the guys in Navigraph. Like, they do incredible stuff. For runway 28, taxi is via November only. Not Alpha. Right. Feedback submitted. And let's continue on. So, what are we looking at here? So, we're saying, right, what is useful to orient your chart, or why is it useful to orient your chart course up while flying, right? So, why is it useful? Why would you want to turn your charts in the direction of travel rather than looking at a north up? Does it prevent clutter from airspace? It makes the chart match the outside view. It avoids having to read headings, or it reduces GPS drift. Think about it. If you turn the map in the direction of travel, it makes the chart match what's going on outside of the aircraft. Now, people fly two styles. You have a north up, or you have north up or track up, I suppose. I'm a north up kind of guy. I've always flown with north up, but for this, we'll see what it does, right? Which waypoint technique is the best? Plan to pass landmarks slightly to the left, overfly at 4.5, overfly every landmark exactly, or plan to pass just right of the landmark. So if we pass left of the feature, we won't see it because we're sitting in the left seat. Therefore, we're going to sit on the right. We're sitting on the left seat. We want to pass the landmark on its right. Yeah. You're leaving on a Uberlingen at a 5 nautical mile leg at 90 knots. How long would it take to fly? So we're saying 90 knots, 5 miles. Right? Our speed is going to be 1.5. So it's going to be approximately, I'd say, 2 minutes. Right? No, it's not. Jesus. Calculator. So we're talking 5 miles divided by 1.5, 3. It was 3. There we go. We got it right. First time. You suspect a lake is your waypoint. What's the most reliable next step? Commit if the lake looks close enough. Cross-fix it with another distinct feature that's nearby. Zoom further into the map and check the shape matches, or turn on the moving map to confirm. Well, I mean, you could turn on the moving map, but you would cross-fix it with another nearby distinct feature. There's the road and the lake, right? You can combine it in. Right, we're good to go. Video here. Get her all started up.
It's time for some navigating. Make sure you have access to your charts, and the whole route is planned and loaded. Then fire up your simulator. Go to Activities, Custom Content, and then pick the second lesson in Phase 2. Like the previous lesson, you'll begin at Apron Bravo with the engines shut off. Perform your startup procedures and then taxi to the run-up area for runway 28. Once airborne, make sure you track your route carefully. The accuracy at which you track the route is being evaluated. Coming back from the navigation, land and taxi back to Apron Bravo. Shut off the airplane and exit the lesson. Back at the Academy website, you'll soon find your results. Fingers crossed for good navigation. Enjoy and good luck.
Enjoy and good luck. Murph, you just noted a 10-minute leg. What do you mean, Malky? Murph, you just noted a 10-minute leg. It was a 5-minute one, wasn't it? So today we're going to make our first navigation flight, a scenic clockwise trip around Lake Constance, crossing Switzerland, Germany and Austria. With our charts prepared and the route is planned, this is where visual navigation comes alive. What do we need to do? We start up, taxi, and we depart out on our navigation flight, follow the route and set it up in the briefing. How long? No time limit, right? Complete your nav, fly and taxi back to the apron, shutting down the aircraft and then exit the lesson. What do we need to do? You must pass all your points in order to, in the order given, to be able to pass. Your flight will be monitored, so make sure you steer to correct headings and do not stray away from the planned route. Oh, Malky, yeah, but sure, listen, I'm liable to do all kinds of stupid, right? Brilliant. Our location is St. Gallen, starting position on the ground at apron Bravo. The time of day, daylight conditions, the sky is clear, temperature's 21 degrees, winds are calm, we have 1,021 hectopascals. So we're going to start this, pop you over there, we're going to start the flight in the sim, and we're going to attempt to fly the gadget. Are we ready? Okie dokie. Ready to fly. And then you got the fight. Yeah. I'm a special kind of genius. Right, make sure all our views are working. Yes, they are. Flight controls, grand. So we're going to go now and do our checklists. Excellent. So, on the ground, brakes set. Brakes are set. Right. Circuit breakers are in. Quick check on these guys. They look good to me. Electrical equipment is off. Avionics switches bus 1 and 2 off. Fuel selector valve goes to both. Fuel shutoff valve goes in. So before engine start, we're going to open the throttle a 1/4 inch. Right. Mixture idle cut off. Standby battery hold and test. Wait for 10 seconds. Passing over France and Italy will count as a fail, right? You better believe it. Okay, secondary or standby battery, we're going to arm it. Engine indications, we're going to look for no red X's when she powers up. Our bus voltages. So our main bus, minimum or maximum 1.5 is reading 0, minimum 24, we got 24.8. Standby battery amps minus 15, it's discharging. Standby battery enunciation is illuminated. Beacon light is going to come on. Propeller area clear. Clear prop. Master battery switch and alternator on. Fuel pump on. Mixture rich. Fuel flow should be okay. Mixture idle. Fuel pump off. Mags to start. 1, 2, 3. And now we'll try and start this and horse in the mixture. Are we ready? Alright. Easy now, Jemima. Okay, oil pressure is looking good. Battery is now recharging. We can see that. Low voltage doesn't show. And avionics switch 1 and 2 can now be turned on. It's all coming alive, lads. Looking good. Bit of nav lights on as well. Taxi route. So we're going to taxi. We're going to come out of here, turn right, then turn left. We're going to go down to November, and we're going to use this area down here as our run-up area. This is going to be our run-up area just down here. All right. So we're going to come out, turn right, turn left, taxi November, and that's where we're going to start from. That's our taxi briefing. Taxi light will now come on. Yes. Transponder, we'll just stick it on. Nav lights as required, left and right, no obstacles, brakes are going to be checked, and then our before takeoff. So we'll do that for our run-up, all right? So with all that said, we're going to come off the brakes. Left and right are clear. Bit of power. And let's ramble out. mixture a little bit. And now we taxi on November. Paul is here, good to see you, buddy. Alright. There's a little Cessna. Isn't it only gorgeous? Right, don't get lost this time, Murph. Okay, so we'll go down to November. There's a little run-up area. That's where we're going to do our run-up. And we'll take it from there. So we're going to say 4,500 feet. We're going to set that. There we go. Keep clear of the truck. And let's continue on. So our before takeoff checklist, we'll do all this here now in a moment. It's looking lovely. It's using the Echo 19 Cessna sound pack. Summer. Okay, so we want to turn ourselves into the wind as close that we can. Alright, so we're going to do a run up here. So we're going to engage the park and brake. Verify park and brake is set. Flight controls, we're going to say full forward, full back, full left, full right, left, right, ailerons up, ailerons down, ailerons up, ailerons down. And we can see our elevator back there. Flight controls are free and correct. Flight instruments, no red X's, checked and verified. Altimeter barrow has been set. Standby altimeter done. Standby instruments checked. Fuel quantity sufficient. Fuel is sufficient. Mixture fully rich. Trim set for takeoff. RPM up to 1800. Upsie daisy. Okay, we're doing mag tests, so we'll come on the right mag. There's a drop of about 90, back to both. She regains onto the left mag. There's a drop of about 90, back to both. Engine instruments are green, no annunciator shown, flaps set for takeoff, and our departure briefing, we're taking off runway 28. Off the brakes, and let's get ourselves ready. Easy now. Okay, approaching the runway, strobe, landing light, and let's taxi on. Approach clear, departure clear. Okay, onto the active we go. Easy now. We're looking good. Bring up our dashboard. Info. Something terribly, terribly handy when it comes to using flow. So I'm going to add a little widget. It's going to be dead reckoning. Pop you in there. Lovely. So if we open up this guy, there's a timer. Start and then stop and then reset. So we're going to keep our timer up there, right? Can we reset, please? There we go. So there's our timer, right? We can change the style of clock if we want. Alright. So, are we ready? So we're going to take off, fly the runway heading. As we climb then, it's going to be a right turn. We're aiming for 4,500 feet and we complete all our checks while we're there. So, mixers rich, lights on, walking, talking, and indeed squawking. Alright friends, let's check out our... let's check out this flight. We're going to be making a right turn at the end of the runway. Power coming in. Off the brakes. Oh, let's start moving. Airspeed live. Try and keep it on the centre line. There we go. 40 knots. 50, 55. Oopsie daisy. Nice and gentle. Easing out. Pitch for about 74 knots. Looking good. Fly the runway heading. We're coming up on 300 feet, so we'll go ahead and put the flaps in. That'll drop our nose down a little bit. Mixture, engine, everything's in the green. Watch your speed. There's 600 feet. Continue on. $2,000 feet. Speed is good. That's pattern altitude now. So we're going to start making our right turn. Continue to climb. Watch our speed as we do it. There's our airport. Easing out. So we're going to head up to 4,500 feet. So we'll keep climbing. It's a long old climb this, right? Also adjusting our trim, just take a little bit of pressure off us. We want to be aiming for about 76 knots in our climb. So we can probably go a little bit more oomph. Alright, we're going to exit the pattern. Left turn coming in. And then we're going to start navigating out the window. Watching our turn base, and now we're going to start tracking towards our first waypoint. 1,000 feet to go. Keep it climbing. So our first waypoint is going to be where that bit of an island comes out. I can see it there ahead of me. Just want to keep climbing though. We're going to go up to about 4,500 feet, and then we'll stick it into cruise mode. So, oopsie daisy. Speeding off the speed, we'll keep it at about 74 knots. We're approaching 4,000 feet. Keep it going. Climbing nicely. And we're just about to hit our altitude. And now we drop the nose down. Looking out the window, we can see our first visual reference point. We're going to bring that power back. And this should allow us to cruise around 90 knots or so, give or take. Get ourselves trimmed. We don't want to be climbing or descending. Oh wait, we're going for 4.5 above it. Not 4. We have another 500 feet to go, lads. It's alright. Don't worry about it now. We'll keep her climbing. Oopsie daisy. Beautiful day for flying, isn't it? $200 feet to go. So how we verify this, remember we're looking for where the island kind of jags out a bit, but there's also going to be a cross-reference with the road, right? Becky Davis, good to see you. Okay, 76 knots, we're approaching our cruise altitude, 4,500 feet, and that's level. Power setting's good. Bit of trim. Our airspeed is going to pick up. Easy now. Now we'll keep ourselves at 4.5. Now we can do this manually, or if you want, I mean, you can absolutely use your autopilot to hold altitude. Yeah. So why don't we do that? Make life a little bit easier. I mean, that's why they have all of these aids to help us out, right? So we're going to engage the flight director, arm heading, and we're going to go altitude hold. All right. So our first waypoint, this is where the island drops down, and we're then going to cross-reference that with the road junction. So we are approaching this waypoint now. And remember, you want to be keeping things out to your left-hand side. This is that V we were looking for, yeah? So I said we're close enough to, we're way off to its right, but we're keeping an eye on our left, if that makes sense. Right, ease back the power. About 2300 on the RPM should do us to cruise. And now we're going to fly out to the tip of this island, the little peninsula. Easy now. So looking out the window, we're kind of nearly over the tip of the island, or where the peninsula kind of jags out a bit, yeah? Alright. So we can see it out there. Now our next feature, what we're looking for, it's all the way up to this jagged bit of island, which if I look out the window, it's over here somewhere, right? Stevie B is here. Good day to you, buddy. Hope you're well. In the hospital bed. Jesus. Hope you're okay, buddy. So a nice gentle turn here, and we're looking for this little island that jags out. Remember this one here from our map? Right? So that's what we're heading for. Our waypoint after that, then we're going to turn in over it, and we're going to be looking for a lake. So far so good. Airspeed is good. This is 11 nautical miles. We're about a mile into it. So we'll get an idea of how long it'll take us to travel up there. We'll measure this now. So we start our chrono up here on the top, just to give us an idea, right? This is all from Flow. It's brilliant. These are like default widgets. Flying Winnebago, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. It's a hell of a lot warmer here, right? Chicago is cold. So we get some really nice just information that's powered by Flow. It's brilliant. Okay. We continue on. Squawk is squawking. Engine instruments are all in the green. Fuel flow is good. Bring it up a smidgen. Hangar Studios, good to see you. Am I using Navigraph? Yeah, we've Navigraph here. You don't necessarily need Navigraph. I mean, you can use whatever. But yeah, we're using Navigraph. So our waypoint was this bit jaunting out here, so that's what we're looking for. So once we get up to that, it's going to be a left turn, then we're heading for a lake. But the good news is we can kind of see the lake. See that lake? That's our next waypoint. So we're moving from stage to stage, which is awesome. The Echo 19 sounds of the Cessna are deadly. They're very good. Alright. Remember, we want to keep slightly right of all the waypoints so we can look down visually and say, yeah, that's definitely it, right? So I'm looking at this bit of a peninsula thingy, you know, is this the right one? Right? So it should be. So if I open up my map here, right? We took off here. We kind of went a little bit close. We're now tracking up this way. And this is that bit of an island I want to look for. Once we get to that island, then we're heading out to where this lake is, right? So we want to be tracking somewhere up and along this neck of the woods. So if we were to look out the window now, well, that's unmistakable. That's definitely it, right? Can I get the Echo 19 sounds in the marketplace? I'm not quite sure, Sumner. I think so. Well, I'm not quite sure. So we did 5 miles in just under 3 minutes because our speed a little bit faster, right? Now I know we're aiming for 90 knots, but you know, let's see what this does. So there's our waypoint. We're going to overfly this guy. And our next waypoint is this lake down here. And how we know that is from that waypoint, if we look at our map, we know this because if we're flying this way, as we come up past that little island peninsula, we can see, well, then there's another bit kind of jaunting out. And we know that's our lake there. So we can see that ahead of us. So we're going to turn into this now very shortly, just to give us an idea, right? But I want to pass our little waypoint here first. This little island. Isn't it gorgeous? The scenery is unreal here, isn't it? So far, so good. You can imagine now living on... Right. Jesus. Okay, our next waypoint, that is it there. That's the lake. We can see where this protrudes out. Okay, good stuff. So we'll start a turn now to intercept that. Alright? We can visually see it. We're just going to fly towards it, but we're going to keep that lake on our left-hand side. Looks good. There's the island beneath us. Very pretty, isn't it? This altitude is perfect for photogrammetry. It's wonderful. You got it from the Echo 19 website. Yeah, they make all the difference somewhere. They're excellent, do you know what I mean? Alright, turn in a little bit closer, let's intercept this. Now the waypoint after that is somewhere across the bay. So let's see if we can find it, right? So we've just passed over this island thingy now, right? So we're now heading this direction. Then we're going to turn right and we're going to intercept kind of the shoreline, right? It's this little village, this built up area. That's what we're going for next, right? So we're tracking down here somewhere. We turned this on actually. There we are, look, yes, we're not actually far off our plan. We're slightly off it, but we're alright. So turn that guy off. This is our next visual reference point, and then we need to turn right because there's another lake we need to find. The lake, look at the features. There's a highway intersection, there's a built up area, there's forest land. So we need to be able to identify this one quickly. So the lake that we're going to now is easy. Cross over to the little village or town, and then right turn to spot this lake. Alright? We're getting through it, lads. We're getting through it, hey. So there's the lake. We're still alright. We'll turn in a little bit more just to get closer to it. The Cloverleaf intersection, great reference, 100% hammer nails. So, as we're flying to this waypoint, I mean, we can already start focusing. Well, here's our next one. That's the built-up area. And then, from there, we're going to be heading up this neck of the woods. Now, I know already that lake looks like it. I just can't be sure. However, there's that intersection. So I've a good idea already. Yeah, no, this is alright. This is doing what I should, right? Speed is good. Altitude is good. Temps and pressures good. As the altitude changes, it'll impact on our mixture as well. Depends if we're getting higher or lower. I haven't done that with our mixture, so. The island in the middle helps it. Yeah. And you can kind of see the way this lesson is progressing, right? I mean, they're taking you from relatively easy, then the challenge starts increasing, and, you know, then you're back again. So far, so good, right? So as we're going to be flying here, if we look out, when we cross over, that's our waypoint over there. Alright. Here's our lake. So far, so good. Okay, we're pretty much at the lake now, right? We're just approaching it. I don't know how close we have to be at it. That's pretty close to me. So our right turn is going to bring us over to this guy here. So let's try that. Turn coming in. Isn't the scenery only stunning here? Okay, let's get an idea. So we're flying towards that. We want to go to the right hand side of it, remember, so we can see it. Easing out. If augmented glasses or augmented reality glasses ever get integrated into GA, you can have the flight plan. Oh yeah, it'd be awesome, wouldn't it? Tierney Andrews, good to see you. If the engine cuts out, do you the best places to put it down? Would we know the best places? Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you have an engine failure, you're constantly scanning the terrain. At this altitude, we actually have a fair bit of, we've a decent enough glide path, right? But you would be looking for safe areas to put it down. Open fields, roads if it came to it. Water, not a good option. Catbat is here, good to see you, buddy. It's the guy teaching stuff. What could possibly go wrong? Used to do navigation with VF4 and Michelin maps in the cockpit. I'm guessing that's no longer a thing. No longer a thing. I mean, you can still carry your maps with you, but yeah, kind of modern stuff now, you know. So here's this built-up area, and from here it's going to be a right turn. And we reckon it's that lake we were looking at, which is this right here. So that's our next waypoint. So we'll get over this town, then we'll hang a right. Leon, am I looking to play GTA 6? Hell yeah. That's going to be interesting for sure, isn't it? Alright, let's start our turn, intercept our next waypoint. Angry Bee, thank you very much indeed. Welcome in. Okay, so this lake, we're looking for that intersection just to make sure it is indeed this lake and not the one behind it. You know what I mean? Angry Bee, thank you so much for your Prime subscription. Cheers. Very kind. So again, we want to be to the right hand side of the feature so we can see it out our left window, yeah? Now our waypoint after this, it's another lake. but there's a bit of distance to it. So this is where we need to kind of figure out, right, Murph, how are we actually going to get there? So we're going to work this one out. We're flying somewhere along this route here. We're going to get up to where this lake is, the intersection. Then we're going to put in a rough heading. We're going to aim for about 060 degrees, right? And it's roughly 10 miles. And we have a lake. Features around the lake. There's a built-up area off to one side, right? Just forests, trees, fields. So we'll turn the heading and then try and track it from there in. And we'll get our timing. Roughly halfway up, we have a lot of farmland, a lot of forests. There's actually a small little airstrip in here we can use. Look, that's handy. It's like a glider field. So we'll use that as part of our visual navigation. We're still going, coming up to our little lake. There's the road junction right ahead of us, right? Easy now. So we're going to look for 060 and then we're going to be timing this, right? About 6 minutes out, but we're also going to look for that little airstrip. We saw it on the map. So we have visual references to help guide us along the way as well, to try and kind of triangulate, are we in the right area? Where we are now with this lake, we know the features of the lake, plus we have that clover leaf junction, right? Just down there, can you see it? So from here, we're now going to start our turn, header on 060. Right, there it is. And the distance was roughly 10 miles. Now, looking at our map, again, we're going to be looking for features along the way. So we've just turned here, meaning we're doing something like this. So as we're flying up and along, what are we looking for? Well, out our window, we should see, well, I don't know what we can actually identify here. Forests, fields, right? Village. But there is an airfield in here. So we're looking for that airfield. Keep that airfield on our left-hand side. That's roughly halfway, or just beyond halfway. Then we'll keep going until we get to a lake. Alright. Well, let's start looking. Can we see an airfield? Yeah. Already I can see an airfield. Look, there's something here. Got some glider equipment. So if that's what we're looking at, well then straight ahead, out there somewhere should be a lake. There's a bit of a lake just here. That looks promising. And again, we knew there's built up areas to one side and there's higher ground. So I say we're doing just fine. Famous last words now, you know. But we'll do a bit of travelling and just kind of, you know, take in the lovely views as we're flying here along. It's very pretty, isn't it? Oh yeah. So we're about to overfly that glider airfield. Perfect. It's right where we wanted it to be. See it down there? So eyes front. We're now trying to identify the lake. So, bring this back in. We're cruising up this way. We now know we're roughly here by the airfield. And then as we look ahead, well, here's our lake. There's a smaller lake beside it. We want the bigger one. From there, we're going to do something similar. We're going to turn a heading roughly 100 degrees. Rickenberg, the village there. And our next waypoint, well, it's another lake. So this might be a little bit tricky getting to, but we'll see how we get on, right? All right. We'll just aim slightly right at that lake. And then we can choose a heading. Once we get to the lake, it's a heading of roughly about 100 degrees, right turn, distance 13 miles. So we're doing, it's much the same, you know. Much the same. So there's the lake, there's the built-up area, right? There's the smaller lake. So I'm happy enough, yeah, this is indeed the correct waypoint. Heisenberg! Good to see you. Hope you're well, buddy. We have to shush. He's doing the work lurk. Brilliant. So we're saying about 100 degrees or so, and then we'll check out what features we're going to be planning along the route. So we're saying when we turn, right? Along the way, what can we see? This mad forest, look, it's like a star. So that's what we're going to try and identify along the way. And there's a road, there's towns. So we'll see what happens. So here's a lake. Beautiful. And then let's make a right turn 100 degrees. Roughly there. And eyes out the window, and let's see if we can figure out where this mad foresty area. I can already see it. You can see the layout is quite. It looks like a bit of a star, right? What setup do you have there, Edward? Good to see you. So just an iPad with charts. Got a Corsair Xenon display. The Edge. We got the wing control Boeing MCP autopilot. Vertical controls, Moser stuff, Thrustmaster stuff. It's a whole load of stuff. And there's a full list. If you go over to the website, exclamation point website, you can see all the gear. I need to do a new man cave video as well. At some stage. So I am half thinking this is our mad foresty fella. But I can't be sure. However, I can see that interstate, the road, right, that we need to cross that, right, and the built-up area over the town, so we can see all this. Do you know, eggs, barley, probably, yeah. Oh, don't worry, there's plenty of stuff I want. Don't you worry about that at all. There's barrel-loads of tech and cool stuff. You know. Just don't have it yet. That definitely looks like that mad forest. This thing here, look, there's actually, there's I don't know how well we can see that on the map, but we'll be looking in. Over on our left-hand side, you might see that in the sim, you may not. Farmland. They're like polytunnels. Definitely the road. Right? And we're heading then up to a lake. Up the hill. So here's this area we just saw. This is definitely the forest. I can verify it. And on our left hand side, polytunnels. There they are, look. They're actually there in the sim. We can see it. Ooh. Not much space in the man cave? There's always space in the man cave. So I'm not sure, is that the lake we're after? How can we verify this now? Okay, the shape. There's a house right before it. There's forests left and right, and to the south. And there's like a village just up the road from it. There's a small pond here, so we don't want to get confused. So, here is looking good. That's definitely where that small pond is. Here's the forested area. There's a forest to the left and to the right, and there is a built-up area behind it. I'm fairly confident that is our lake. Look at the shape, right? So we continue on this direction. What happened to that G1000 Mose that showed off at Expo? Yeah, that's a long time kind of coming engineering. It's not available yet. They are working on it. But yeah, it's quite some time, isn't it? Andy Morrison, good to see you. Welcome in, buddy. Yeah, like that's a full year. I think it was more of a concept idea to see what following they get, but I definitely see that being released. Definitely. Okay, so I'm happy enough. This is that lake, that's correct. That is the correct waypoint. We know this because we're passing over the road. We can see the built-up area. So our waypoint after that, let's have a look. It'll be a right turn, and we got 8 miles, and we're flying right into a built-up area where there's another little lake in here. There's like an aquatic centre or swimming pool, right? We might see that. There's also a helipad here, probably a hospital, right? But also, we have the Friedrichshafen Airport, which is going to be off glancing at our 1 or 2 o'clock. So the next waypoint might be tricky. We're coming in this way here. We're going to get to this lake, make another right turn, heading 201 degrees, 8 miles. And what we're looking for as we fly in, industrial buildings, big factory here, we'll spot that definitely, right? There's a helipad over here, most likely a hospital. And then there's like a swimming pool, there's soccer pitches, see this? So these are all the things they're saying, right, well, let's get ourselves familiar with this, we should find them, right? Alrighty then. There's that lake, we're still heading toward it. Now if we were to look out, can we start picking up where the airport is? Well, there's an airport over there, right? That's potentially the big factory on the way in. Yeah, we're getting a good idea. A good idea. The detail is only class, isn't it? Look at that backdrop, look. Beautiful. Here's a lake. Here's the big house before the lake, right? One thing I would say about Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, the auto-gen buildings, I think they now need a bit of work. They need considerable work. Some of them are fine, but I think we just need more options. Was it Black Shark or Black Square, one of those lads? But they seem to be gone off working with P3D now. Okay, that's a waypoint. Next heading, 200 degrees. Right turn. Black Shark, that was the one. Okay. So we're saying we're around here now. We're heading about 200 degrees. 8 miles. We're going to use the airport as one visual reference. There's like a big mine just beyond our waypoint. Another visual reference. There's a big factory on the way in. Another quarry on the way in on our left. There'll be a hospital, I think, with a helipad. And then where we have the lake and swimming pools and soccer pitches. That's what we're looking for here now. So, what are we looking at? Well, there's the airport. I've spotted that. Okay. There's a bit of a quarry out there, it looks like. There's a big factory on the way into town. Can't see it just yet. That's potentially that's our spot there, that body of water. Potentially. We'll need to keep an eye on this. Let the scenery load in. And play it by ear. Cosmic J, good to see you, buddy. You kind of just pick it up over the years, man. You know? Alright, keep rambling in. That's possibly the big factory I'm looking for. There's the airport. There is a big mine or quarry behind it, so I've identified that, right? So we know that our waypoint is down here somewhere. We're looking for maybe a hospital with a helipad. We're looking for a swimming pool, and we're also looking for football pitches. So let's see how we go. Currently at 4,500 feet. Temperatures and pressures are good. Fuel is good. So far we're good. This is Ravensburg. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, we've passed Ravensburg. This is test something. Right, let's have a look. There's the airport. There's the factory coming in. There's that quarry we saw on the map. There's the pond. I can kind of see soccer pitches out here on the left. And I imagine that's the swimming pool. And our hospital. Here maybe? Yeah, that's what that looks like. Next waypoint then, 8 nautical miles, but it's out to this little peninsula island thingamajig, which should be relatively easy to find. So let's have a look. That's it over there. Okay. Continue on in. Looking out the window. There's our waypoint. There's the swimming pool. There's the hospital with the helipad. And there's the soccer pitches. Nice. Thanks, Catbat. I'll let her know, buddy. Alright, we're doing well here, lads. Isn't it great? You can see the stuff on the map and then, like, look out the window. There it is. That's amazing. That's amazing. Right? Okay, so next heading should be 152, it looks like. That's good to me. So, left turn, 152 degrees. But we are heading out to that little island just there, look. So we'll fly towards this now. And then once we get there, we're pretty much on the last lap. We're nearly done. We'll start descending and plan our landing. Angry Bee, yeah, exclamation point wheel. That'll give you a link to that wheel. Okay, I'm happy enough. That is what we're looking for. So we're heading for this E, and then we go in on our arrival. And then we join. We just come in this way. Okay. 'Tis all coming together. Man, it's a stunning part of the world, isn't it? Look at that. Those mountains there, like, Jesus. Speed is good, altitude is good. We will start descending. We'll be getting ready for that. So if I bring up my checklist, descent checklist, make sure as required, baro needs to be set local, standby altimeter also, and our approach briefing. So that's following on with our checklist. Then we'll have our before landing checklists, and then we go into our after landing checklists. So they're all there. We're running off all of those. So the waypoint E, it doesn't actually exist. We can't see it, right? But we just know it's there roughly. And if we start looking out the window now, well, there's our home airport. There should be in the distance. Then be the Alps, then be. Yeah, beautiful, isn't it? Stunning part of the world. So once we get to this waypoint, we'll start our descent. We'll start dropping altitude, watch our speed, and then we'll come on in for our approach. So far, so good. Interesting. LOD in some of the buildings hasn't come into play yet. Are they actually green buildings? Are they shagged? Or they just haven't loaded in yet? They're loading in now. Alright. Man, that's a railway that runs all the way out there, look. It's pretty nice. Okay, so when it comes to our turning point, roughly halfway out across the bay, and then it's going to be a right turn, and we're aiming for down here. That's where we're landing, right? Beautiful. Jeez, the rail network here is unbelievable, isn't it? Wowzer. Wowza. So that is our waypoint. So our descent checklist is done. Mixture, fully rich. Altimeter, local baro. Standby, altimeter is okay. Before landing, fuel selectors on both. We know that mixture is rich. Landing light and taxi light will come on. Autopilot is going to come off. All right. So what we can do now, we can start planning our descent, I suppose. 2,300 is what was set. And we'll start our descent. Watch the power. Landing light coming on. Start our turn. Ease off the power. And we're just going to be lining up at the base of the runway there. So we'll fly inland here a little bit, but again, we can see the airport, so. What part of the world? It's down by Lake Constance. You're right between Switzerland, Austria, and Germany. It's beautiful. Speed is good, coming down to 4,000. Rate of descent is 700 feet a minute. Let's see how we go. There are join lines here. I can't remember in our briefing, do we need to follow those? Like, do we need to get down this way? We'll wing it and see what happens. There's a runway. Speed is good. 2,300 feet is going to be the pattern altitude. Landing checklist. Fuel selector good. Landing light on. Taxi light on. Autopilot. Autopilot off. Start bringing that power down a little bit. Keep the rate of descent. We're doing 90 knots. We're going to go for 1 notch of flaps. Speed is going to drop. Nose is going to come up a bit. 85 knots, give or take. Happy lights are coming into play. We're on a glide slope. We're on a 3-degree glide slope. Continue in. Yeah, they'll probably give out to me for not doing this VF4 joint procedure, but sure, listen, she'll be grand, right? If we fail, at least we'll know why we failed. Easy, easy. Continue our descent. So far, so good. Flight director coming off. Get rid of these guys. $74 knots. Second notch of flaps. Ooh, watch the nose coming up. Watch the power. Got ourselves in line with the runway. Looking good. Watch the speed. All right. Be interesting to see what the scores with this now. Was our approach wrong? You know what I mean? Alright, we're looking okay. Speed's alright. We'll slow it right down over the threshold. I think I'm okay speed-wise with our flaps. Bedrock, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Alright, ease off the speed a bit. We're looking for about 61 over the numbers. We'll go full flaps. Easy now. Watch the nose coming up. There's our speed dropping. 64. Easy now. Looking for about 61 over the threshold. That's fairly good. Just under the glide. Alright. There's a touchdown zone. Watch the flare. Hold the nose. Bleed off the speed. Touchdown. Keep it on center line. Small bit of power. And we're going to look for an exit here. All the way down to Alpha. Easy now. Two dogs, good to see you. Okay, there's our exit for Alpha. Dee 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 dee. Easy now. All-terrain aviation. Cool airport, isn't it? Okay, after landing, flaps, strobes, they need to come in. So we've just crossed over the bars. Landing lights, strobe lights, flaps coming in. And we're going to taxi back up to Bravo via November. All right. So there's November. We want to head up to Bravo, which I think is the turn just after it, isn't it? Easing out. Will Murph get the right parking first time? Right. Says I hope I do. I made a terrible mistake last week. I think we're in here to the left. It's not signposted. This looks like it. It is it. All right. Easy now. That'll do us. So, parking brake set. After landing, parking brake set, throttles idle, electrical equipment to come off. So we'll say avionics 1 and 2. Avionics switches, electrical equipment, mixture, mag switches, fuel selector, left or right, fuel shut off, and battery. Standby battery off. Aircraft secured. There we go. Riot. That was fun. Beautiful, beautiful flight, wasn't it? Okay. Back to the Navigraph. It's going to say lesson in progress. So we're going to say end flight. Right. And now we just wait to see what Navigraph has to say. So, covering everything that we've done so far today, as I say, like there's more to just flying from A to B, right? I mean, you really want to be exploring your options when it comes to flight planning. Do you know what I mean? Expands procedure charts coverage for Garmin. Ooh, updates. Okay, right now I hope I passed this. I got 97%. Jesus. It didn't like it. I imagine that's why I didn't like it. I flew far too close to here on the way out. So I knew that was going to happen. We should have been out here. I flew far too close to that. So I didn't like that at all. But it's still enough. We passed, right? So Roman Shorn. We were within 1,500 meters, but like, you know, that was touch and go, right? So we lost some points there. The rest of it, we got 100%. And that's how we flew it. So we absolutely nailed it, right? So far as our takeoff and getting to all of these waypoints. Like, there's the waypoints. That's how close we were to them. So we were fairly bang on, actually. That worked out really well. Did it want to? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what way it wanted us to come back in. But that's the approach we flew, and that's the way we got it. So in terms of all our waypoints, it was happy out. 90 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, 268, 45. 45 was a little bit close. Large Lake was good, and that's everything there. So we have passed the lesson. Overall score of 97%. Sweet, sweet. So the next lesson that we're going to have a look at next week, this is going to be a cross-country flight. Mountain valleys, alpine lakes, and famously demanding destination. Today we'll put our visual navigation skills on a cross-country flight from St. Gallen to Innsbruck. Ooh. So this is going to be a flight and a half we do next week. How far would this flight be? Oh, it's a good shot, look. It's a good shot over to Innsbruck. 4, 25, 40, 50, 60, 80, 100, 110. It's a good hour's flight. You know, do these flights have to be done in the 172 Apollo? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We got to do these in our 172. And there's waypoints along the way, look. So this is it's a proper cross-country flight. So that's what we're going to be doing next Thursday. So I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to that. There's a video here as well. So yeah, that's going to be fun, isn't it? Jesus. Right, lads, we're going to move over now. And we're going to start planning our VATSIM flight for this evening. As we take on the 737, we're going to be flying out of Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to be heading over to San Diego. So, well done, Navigraph. A great bunch of lads. Let's go in and start looking and planning at this evening's flight, shall we? So, let's have a look at stuff here. Kaysan. Excellent stuff. We've 3 weeks left of our USA tour. This week we have a member request from our own Dougal McTavish. We're off to San Diego, California. San Diego, it's a single runway airport squeezed between downtown San Diego and the Bay. Known for the challenging approach over the city, it offers one of the most scenic and busiest urban airport experiences in the United States. Interesting fact, Kaysan is the busiest single runway commercial airport in the United States, and it is the second of which in the world, handling over 500 daily operations on just one runway. Oh, Jesus. At gate 5, come on, Dougal. So we have some scenery options. Also note, there's been an update to the sim, right? So I do have scenery loaded in for Kaysan. It's from Glide Slope, one of those. I'm going to configure our flight for this evening. So let me see. Firefly 235, Phoenix to Kaysan, and we are that in a 737-800 series aircraft. 1 hour scheduled block time. So we're going to generate this flight, and we're going to come into the sim and start loading up some scenery to hope it all works. Pre-flight. I'm going to go 737. There is our aircraft. We're going to load into Phoenix, Arizona. Now, where did I park the last time? I think it was up here, wasn't I? Yeah, I'm on a gate. Yeah, that was weird. He put me on a gate and I wanted another one. It doesn't matter. Right, we'll go... I don't know where we go. We'll go to far side. D4. Makes a big difference to the surrounding buildings and photogrammetry. Oh, really? You want to activate this in the sim. Yeah, 100%. Mine is activated. I did it there yesterday. So we'll see. Right, we're going to let the sim load up. We're going to continue on with our planation. So it's generating the flight. Lovely hurdling. We're going to open up VentuSky to get an idea of what the weather is doing. So here, we'll start off with our weather briefing. We load in the aircraft. Ready to fly. Jump in there now, Jemima. Okay, it's just coming alive. We also want to go on to live weather, which we are on live weather, so it looks nice up here, doesn't it? Okay, so let's have a look at our planation. VentuSky. So, from Phoenix, Arizona, we're going to be having a look at the temperature at the moment, but it's more this evening we're looking at. So we're going to be leaving kind of 22, 23 degrees, and over to San Diego, well, it's going to be something similar, isn't it? 24, 25 degrees when we get down there tonight. 27, 28 degrees. This is going to be gorgeous. This is going to be gorgeous. So the temperature's quite good. Next up, we want to have a look at the winds. So windage at ground level from our departure in Phoenix, relatively calm, 2 to 3 knots. By the time we get over to San Diego, similar northerly direction, 5 knots, right? So we want to watch for that. Winds en route. Headwind the whole way. But not too bad. 40 to 50 knot headwind. Okay. 40 to 50 knot headwind. Cloud conditions. Leaving Phoenix at the moment, it's actually not too bad, right? And if you get an idea of what the weather is doing, this layer of cloud is heading further south. So that's looking pretty good. Back over to San Diego this evening. It looks like clear skies, to be honest. Bit of fog here. 10% clouds. Very little. So clouds are going to be absolutely savage, right? If we want to get an idea of what the weather is doing, right? So we can see this cloud cover, but we can also see this if there's any precip. If we've no clouds, but we don't have precip, and any weather fronts that we can see moving, right? So at the moment, there's still a nice bit of snow heading over the northeast of America there. But over this side, we've nothing. That's into Saturday. So relatively calm conditions. Relatively calm. Other things we want to check here now would be the risk, perhaps, of high humidity, which is going to be fairly hot, 80 to 90%. All right. So the weather's not bad. The weather's not bad at all. Bit of snow over the Sierra Nevadas. Tons of snow still over the northeast. Nuts, isn't it? Okay, happy enough with the weather. Our Simbury flight plan, call sign Firefly 235, departing out of Phoenix, arriving into San Diego. Our alternate is LAX into Los Angeles. We have a 737-8. Initial flight level is going to be 30. Cost index of 8. Route distance 293 nautical miles. Wind component minus 28. So we have a headwind component there. 266 at 29er. All right. What else do we have here? Planned optimal flight level. That's okay. So we're on the Firebird 1 departure via Mohawk. Then we're on the Lucky 1 arrival into San Diego's 27. Okay. Let us now go and convert that into other monies. We'll bring up Navigraph. And let's go in and import the flight directly from SimBrief. And see what happens. So, this is how she's looking. Something like this. And Dougal likes the nighttime mode. But we can't do that here. There we go. All right, so departing out of Phoenix is the Firebird 1 departure via Mohawk. Then we're going to be coming in on the, what's it called? The Lucky 1 arrival for runway 27. Okay. Let's have a look at Phoenix. We're over here at Terminal 4. We're planning for a departure out of Phoenix, runway 07, left. Okay. So we have a bit of a taxi, 07 left. All right, probably be left. So taxi is going to be down through the links onto Echo. Okay. Information here, caution on warning notes. No aircraft access between the two FBOs entering the FBO ramps. Okay. Low sun angle during early morning and early evening make it difficult to see the runway. Ooh. Black Moon Dove, good to see you. Welcome in. Based on the winds, you reckon it could be a 2-6 departure. Okay. Well, either or. If it's 2-6, it's going to be pushed back Romeo over the bridge, or it could be on Sierra. Right? Binman, welcome in. We could get the 2-5s either. They could do parallel. Simultaneous operations, prohibitive of aircraft, that's okay. Taxiway Alpha, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Just taxiway Romeo overhead train bridge at midpoint provides 25-meter clearance. Ooh, there's a bridge. Ooh. Runway incursion hotspots. Right, that's all okay. Right, should be okay. So our en route element then, or sorry, our departure, it's an RNAV departure. This could change, but either way, we've just routed around. So let's have a look. If we're departing from the 7s, we're going to be heading 078 to 1,635 feet, direct to Futep, then on track to Asgard, then on track to, was it Uzai? Interesting stuff. D. Jington, welcome in. D. Jing, welcome in, buddy. We're going to cross massive at or above 7,000 and below 220 knots. So we have a speed restriction on the way out of here. If we're departing off the 25s, it's going to be climb heading 258, intercept 240 at Jutak, then on track 151 to Wedall. Let's have a look. So we depart, and here's our turn. Asgard, UC, massive, and then we're on down the track then. So it doesn't matter what the runways are. We'd either coming straight out, Jutak, and then down Wettel on the 25s, or if it's 07, we take off, and it's this kind of a circular turn, backing ourselves. Just be mindful, maximum speed is 220 knots, and maximum altitude is 7,000. Okay. Fairly straightforward. Famous last words. The en route element should be grand. Ewald, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. Or minimum 7,000. Ewald, 39 months. Thank you very much indeed. Dougal says the American Airlines landing on 08, nearly 5,500 hours on VATSIM. No way. Wait, he claimed he was on the ILS. Yikes. Sorry, minimum altitude is 7,000. And the reason why you have minimum altitudes, it's to do with scenery, terrain, things that you'll hit. Right? So we minimum altitude. How you read it is, if there's nothing below it, if nothing below, don't go. Nothing above. I don't know what the other saying was. But 7,000, altitude 7,000, you are not allowed below, you're not allowed below 7,000 because there's nothing in the box. Yeah, right, makes sense. Our arrival, the lucky one arrival, so we're coming in from is a helix. We're coming in this way. We're not coming in from the north, we're coming in this neck of the woods from Hogs. So our initial point are Hogs. Where's Hogs? There's helix. Where's Hogs? All right, so we're all the way back here at Hogs, right? Okay, so from Hogs, which is over here, we ramble in. Now we're getting constraints between flight level 240 and 260, 190 and 23. Between 12,000 and 15,000, speed drops to 270 at Helix, 250 knots at Jack. And then we're in Vidya. So here's Lucky. You've Lucky and you've Vidya. So in terms of an approach, if we're planning 27, we have a localizer or an RNAV. Well, we can capture the localizer. Right? Let's have a look at this chart. Localizer is on 110.9er. So we can capture the only authorized operators can use. That's okay. Mr. Approach climb 2,500 and 275 outbound over to the VOR. Or we can go in RNAV. What's the RNAV look like? Vidya and then straight in. Mr. Approach on the RNAV. Climb 2,500 direct SARGs. Very straightforward. Lindy or Vidya? Well, we're coming in Lindy actually, aren't we? We're coming in Lindy. No, we're not. Are we? Yeah, there's Lindy, look. So we're at Lindy, 210 knots, 5,000. Okay. So if we say Lindy, 5,000, 210, initial approach fix, then on to Vidya, and then in. So probably do the RNAV. Either or works. Yeah. I don't know what we fancy. Looking at the weather, visual approach is going to be the best thing to do here, right? Because the weather is going to be really nice, and it's going to be nice to see the scenery. Either way, getting to this area, that's the challenge. What we do after that, ATC will look after it. An RNAV will be conducted by the aircraft as a GPS landing, or we can go localizer, in which we will get the we'll capture the localizer for some lateral navigation. So either or works. You know, the RNAV going visual, yeah, I'd probably do the same, Dougal. The missed approach as well looks very straightforward. There's like not much to worry about at all. Climb to 2,500 feet on track, go to SARGs and hold. All right. Happy enough with that. The visual approach is very pretty. I would say so. So that's the flight planning done. Let's look at aircraft configuration. So Simap Pro needs to be launched. And what else do I have? We have this technology in which we have to use. So let's see. I have a shelf. And we're going to get ourselves set up. Here's my shelf. And what do I need to do here now? Jesus, it's like medieval equipment he's breaking out. Look. Simap Pro found updates. Do you want to update now? Sure. So we'll plug this guy in. Let's see. Now, is there anything blocking wires? Look at that now. Why is that loose? Huh. I need a driver of screws. Stand by. Love it when a plan comes together. Huh. Simap though has ground. Jesus, why is this coming loose? Oh, that one there was loose. Ah. Good man, Murphy. You've only gone and fixed it. Let's tighten up the other one as well, just in case it has aspirations of, you know, becoming shagged. It's a small little shelf gadget I got on Amazon, and it's absolutely deadly, right? It clamps onto your desk, right? Jesus, those buttons. Ah, but they're catching me thumb. Got friends are in the house. Jesus, got friends, lads. Thank you very, very much indeed. 10 gifted tier ones. Do you see what they're doing? Thank you very, very much. Cheers, lads. These are legends. Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub with thanks to Got Friends, do be sure to say thank you. Incredible generosity. Thank you very, very much indeed, man. Cheers. They're being legends. Yes. Very kind of you, lads. Thank you very, very much. So yeah, so this little clamp, it clamps onto your desk, look, right? And what you can do, when you have it clamped, it folds out and it locks. So it becomes a little shelf, you see. So I'm going to try and put this where it belongs, making sure I don't break anything. But I need to move some wires and stuff out of the shagged way to make sure that this goes in properly. That looks about right. So we just tighten this into position. Righty tight, your lefty loosey. Left, righty tight. There's one. And we tighten the other one. Making sure you're not crimping any wires, because that would be friggin' detrimental. In there quick, Jemima. Yes. Oh, yes. Now. Oof. So we get these fellas tightened up. Get this guy out the way. He now locks into position, right? Very sophisticated stuff, this, I'm telling you. Thanks to you, Murph, for getting myself one of these candy clamps. They're deadly, aren't they? They are deadly. Got friends, absolute mad lads. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, Jesus. I love watching you play with your driver. Right? Wait till I show you me sand wedge. Right, now, ooh. Right, so that goes there. Then we come along with our gadget from Wind Control. And the beauty about this, I bought all this stuff, so, you know, if it's crap, I can say, oh, it's crap. But it's actually not, it's actually quite good. Right. Oh, wait, I did that wrong. Balls. There's a method to all of this. Will I open up this camera so you can actually see what I'm acting the muppet with? I'll show you there. It shows you there, look. So what I'm attempting to do here now, lads, is put the wire up here underneath, right? That comes up in behind it. It plugs into the gadget-a-rooney here, right? This now sits on me Velcro gadget, right? This is highly sophisticated. And then my little USB comes in under me desk into a USB slot I made earlier, right? Now, I just need to be able to find the thing. Ever see those like videos of trying to put in USBs? Voila, there is life, and we are getting the life, right? But this is brilliant because what you can do, I mean, if you don't want to use the FMC, I mean, you can just press it like it's completely now out of the way. Isn't that only deadly? What's that one? Oh yeah, he shouldn't be up there. Can we hide this fella? Yes, we can. We can hide that fella. Isn't it deadly? It just means it's there if you need it, or if you don't need it, it drops. Just click it out of the way. It locks when you push it up. It locks into its position, right? And then you just drop the 2 little switches underneath. It's out of your way. Like 20 quid on Amazon or something. And like you can put a savage amount of force on that, which is brilliant. Do you know? So let me see. So this should all be now working in SimApp, which it is. Thank you very much. And if I were to put some power into this machine, let's come over here and connect to me the ground power unit. And if we say battery is, and then ground power, we have information here. If you can see it, our little FMC is lit up, right? No, it's actually so high. You would have a job and a half to hit this with your leg, Crafty. You know what I mean? Like it's proper height. It's the same height as my desk. You know what I mean? So like we can go into this and use our FMC as intended, right? And of course then we have our full gadget here when it comes to the Boeing setup. And one of the coolest thing I love, auto throttle arm, and to disarm it I click a button on my joystick and the switch, it's the mag switch, she fires down, right? I'm still not entirely convinced with me setup here because there's a bit of friggin' wobbly maneuvering going on. I need to come up with a better solution for this.
Oh Jesus.
My thoughts exactly, right? Murph, what's the use of the screen in front of you? Yeah. So the screen that's right here in front of me, this is whatchamacallit? This is a Corsair Xenon Edge, right? So what I can do with this guy, if I turn off the widgets, right? Here's my Xenon Edge. So I use this for displaying all sorts of stuff. If I turn off those, I have a couple of options. What I could do, I can grab me Navigraph, for example, right? And I can actually throw Navigraph down here and use this screen now as a moving map, right? Godfriend says, well, today is short, but I wanted to drop by and show my everlasting love and support for what you're doing daily. Keep up the good work, Murphy. Hope you have a great stream. Gotta run and play with the dots on my screen so I can make them dance for you all in the future. Jonks, thank you very, very much indeed. And to all that got friends, lads, yous are only brilliant. Thanks a million. Yous are brilliant. Also, don't look at the back of me head. I wore a hat earlier on, but I look weird in a hat, do you know? But yeah, so what we can do here, Corn Wolf, good to see you. So that screen there, Roy, and like I can use that with a mouse, right? Or I can use that as a touchscreen, right? So I can use it as both. Or if I want, I can drop the engine instruments on. It's a screen, right? It's a touchscreen, but you can pretty much use it for whatever you want. And like using this as a moving map is actually okay with Navigraph. You know, you can see exactly what it is you need to be able to see. So yeah, I think it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. I saw Aeronaut has something similar. Yeah. Like you can achieve the same thing, lads, for about like $100. These things are $250. They're very good though, because you can also put these inside your computer case and all this kind of jazz, right? But that's what I mean. I could use it for Navigraph. I could use it for the engine or the aircraft displays, right? So again, if I want to say, right, well, look. Let's deactivate chase plane here because it gets a little bit interested. That's how we do it. open chase plane, right? And we'll just park chase plane here for the moment. How do we do this? Is there a way that we can like disable it? Right, it's back asleep, right? So what I can do now, if I pop out my screens, right? This guy comes down here. What happened there? We lost power. Why did we lose power? Did we lose our ground connection, or does the sim crash? Chase plane? I need to sneeze. The Zuntide has sneezed. Oh, look at that. We lost the ground power. Renable chase plane. Go. Set the chocks. Ah, gives ground power. You clicked release ground power on the tablet by accident. Okay. I made a balls of it. Right, ground power is reconnecting. Wait for a little blue light. There she be. So you get the idea. With this screen now, I can use this as my moving map. You know, I can do all the stuff. Very fancy, isn't it? We can get terrain and whatnot on it as well. It very much is a full cockpit experience. The only thing that's missing here now, literally, is an overhead, and that would just be the chickens, wouldn't it? You know, if I got myself an overhead. But they're just frightfully expensive. And if I do put an overhead up here, I can put on a VESA mount, you know? Someone to bring me coffee as well, of course. Yes. Like, it might seem like overkill, but from where I'm sitting, what I'm doing and how I do it, it really isn't that bad, right? Can I show you a different view? I've stuff all over the shop, but I'll try and get you a different view here now, lads, right? Let's see. Can I horse this in? This might work. Dee. I need to stop on this guy, right? And then my phone should be able to take it. Jesus, I pressed the wrong button. I'm now mirroring my phone somewhere else. Oh no. Right, that doesn't want to work. Leonardo da Vinci is here. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. So if I now do one of these, you are a display capture. No, you're not. You are a window capture. Hang on, I need to fix this. I don't know why I just don't save this. Oh Jesus, what did I do? Oh jeez! Hang on a second, we're making a terrible blunder. Wait. Wait. And wait. Oi! So, isn't it amazing what we can do with science? So, from my perspective, this is what I'm looking at here, right? So I have all my gadgets and stuffs and the things with the yokes that I can go messing around and press, right? And that's everything set up the way I need it. So you have an idea, like from the keyboard to our displays right here, to all our autopilot stuff up there. All right? Then we move across a little bit further back and we have our iPad, and then we have our FMS. So you do actually get quite a fair bit of stuff going on, like. It's kind of friggin' nuts looking, isn't it? But it's pretty cool. Like, I mean, everything works. It's very functional, right? And I said, like, this gadget here, again, if this is in your way, there's a little quick release that you don't catch that, but like, it literally just drops, right? I want to watch that wire. That's like a design fault. I need to fix that. You lock it into position and away you go. If I keep this stuff out of the way for a second, right? So if I wanted to drop this out, it literally just drops out of the way, right? Which is probably a little bit too close here. Hang on. There we go. Do you get the idea, right? Handy. And that's how it's all connected. And it just bolts to the underside of the desk. 2 little clamps. And then what I've done with my FMS, it's Velcro. And if you have a look down here, this is my MCDU, and all I've done is, using the wind control pads, I just put Velcro on them. Which means then, if I need to, like, if I'm finished with this unit later on, it literally peels off. And then you put another one on. Like, isn't that just class, like? Sometimes my genius disturbs gravity. And once it's on, I mean, that's not moving. You can't budge that. And you know it can't be budged because you're moving. I mean, it's solid. It doesn't move. Do you know? Papa Justify, good to see it. So that's that. And then we have all this regalia down here. And there's no lag. There's no lag when it comes to using the gear. As in, you know, it's instant. And this, I love this. So there's the auto throttle, right? And then if I press this button on my joystick, look at the auto throttle switch. Not deadly, isn't it? I mean, for crying out loud. So yeah, and then I have a Stream Deck over here. I have a Stream Deck over here. I have a Stream Deck over here. And then I have a Stream Deck over there. This neck of the woods is very messy, but it always was, lads. And then I have a rig. And then that's all my stuff for today. And then we have the shelves of many things. Perception. You know what I mean? And then the rig. Here's the rig. Which of course is the DOF reality rig. And that's just a spare screen I have sitting there. So I do use this from time to time. That's just the Mose pedals are sitting there. I haven't put them in, it should be yet. So yeah, there's a fair bit of I have to do a proper man cave, like show you around the place properly. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, like there's loads of different things you can get that enhance your flight simming. Like down here, there are my rudder pedals, there are my Crocs, there are my Mose pedals over there. That's where I keep my steering wheel. So it's all out of sight, out of mind. And then, like, I mean, when I'm live on that camera, that's what I'm looking at. That's where you guys live to me. Yous are in that little box there. See? But yeah, that's what it is, man. That's all the stuff that we do in here. PC be running. I got a mic. There's a mini PC running that. There's another mini PC running this guy, right? So it's actually on the back of it. That's a little mini PC or micro PC. They're inexpensive ways. That's a model holder. That big white and black plastic thing. That's that. It looks like a PlayStation, but it's not. You know. What else? Then I had to try and make it look terribly nice with wire and cable tidies. And overall, yeah, it's not bad, especially when you keep things like black. Over here, though, you know, the curse of the 7, like it's just, you know, that's the only bit of bad news I have in here when it comes to cable tidying. You know,
60% of the time it works every time.
Every time. And then, like, I'm not going to show you where Plasticus Fecus lives in over there, right? You don't go behind that, because, like, if you were to see what goes on in behind there, you know, you'd be like, Murphy, I thought you were sound. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's the ticket there, lads. Do one of those. Do one of these. Do one of those. And, we'll do one of these. That's the wrong button completely. We'll do one of those. Dish. Brilliant. Lots of places for spiders. Listen, Stu. Do I have any models? Yeah, I have tons of them behind me. I never did not show you that they're on the shelves of many things. Tons of stuff there behind us. And I've loads of them, yeah, tons and tons. Right, what we do now, so I'm not going to be using these screens. So I'll Alt F4 of these bad boys. And I'll use my IQ just as I tend to use it. So that will continue to run as normal. And we're looking at scenery now, lads, to make sure that the whole shagging thing is actually working, you see. So a quick look around the airport, yes. All is looking well. Yes. No stutters. We actually got fairly good performance here. So what I want to do, we want to ramble over and turn on VPilot. Because VPilot is going to connect us into the world of VATSIM. But yeah, don't look, it's fine, right? Is this the free one? Free? No, this is a payware one, Cornwolf. Glide Slow Pro. It used to be BM World, and then there's an update for it. They changed the name because I think they were like stealing people's objects and stuff. But yeah. Right, connect to VATSIM. Who am I? Firefly 235. I'm in a B738. Connect. Right, let's have a look. No sign of life just yet. I thought Dougal was here. Ah, there's people over there. Dougal, are you still on the ground here? Comms check. He's been sitting there waiting ages to do his... yeah, no, hang on. CTAF. Jesus. .CTAF. KPHX. You're on Delta 5. I'm after typing that in somewhere. Oh, Jesus. .CTAF. Hey. What's the ICAO code? KPHX. What network? 120.9. 120.9. 120.9. I'm gonna give it a blast. Phoenix traffic, Firefly 235, radio check.
I have 4x5, sir.
4x5. Hang on a second. Was I a bit low, Dougal? I don't know. We'll try it again. Roger, we got you 5x5. Does that sound better?
There you go. That's better.
Thank you. Brilliant. Right. Comms are working. Scenery is working. We've planned our flight. We know the weather. We now need to go to San Diego, which of course is translated means a whale's right. San Diego it is. K-San. Ah, brilliant. K-San. I know I'm going to get a CTD now, the stupid thing. Stupid thing.
Oh no. What happened? Oh no, how terrible. That's just awful. How terrible. Oh no.
Sometimes it does that and I don't know why, you know. Anyway, we'll let it load back in and we'll fire it up now into San Diego. Who knows why it does these things? Yours been doing that all the time. Yeah. They broke something naughty. You can do one flight, then if you go back into the menu, you could be in the marketplace, you could be in the options, you could be going to change delivery, and then it just goes, no. Oh, you know. So, yes. What can you do, lads? Right, we'll load back in and it's going to be San Diego. Does it also happen when Flow... no, it doesn't actually. No, you can still warp around to other airports. Merv, did I tell you the name of the new gaming rig? Wilbur Wrong. It's a very good name. Very good name. Right, let us have a look at this plan. I'm looking forward to this flight tonight. It could be shockingly busy, right? And knowing missed approaches and all this sort of jazz, like this could be quite a busy flight tonight. Now, Jesus, What time is the missus flying home? I have to pick her up from the airport tomorrow. She'll kill me. Where's her flight details? I should know these things. I booked the shagging thing. Let's have a look. No, that's America. Oh wait, she is in America. No, that's not it either. Thursday, Delta, Kennedy to Dublin. She's in at 9:15 in the morning. Right. 9:15 in the morning. The cat's going to ambush me. If I leave here at 6, I'll leave here at 6. Oh, jeez, I have to leave at 6. Dropped down to about 17 FPS, Murph. Rebooted the AB6 and it's back up to 90. We'll be trying a different USB after this flight. That's just so strange.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, ask the question while you're here now. Hang on, I'll drop an email to Zach. Hang on. Bottom. The cat's running around the shagging place. What's going on? Oh, yeah. Right, hang on. Zach. Where be you, Zach? It says he's busy, but sure, listen, you know. Right, I'm going to type this. You might see smoke coming from my ears. That's the level of thinking I have to do. Right. Just a quick one. One of the lads having an issue with the AB6. This has been tested and is reproducible when using the ABC. Now it's more the software, isn't it? You know, need to leave at 6 to get there for 9. Is she flying into Manchester? No, but it'll take, traffic's shite here. It'll take me 2 hours and a bit to get up the road in the morning. Do you know? Oh, you put one on Discord as well for them. Commands too. I spelled reproducible, reproducible. Using the AB6 during MSFS 2024, he is experiencing FPS drops after about 1 hour in flight, going from 70 FPS down to about 20. This only happens when using the device, which is working as normal. Must be a software issue. You can close the software, it doesn't really change. Then when I turn the base off, it improves. Okay. This only happens, stupid thing. This only happens when using the device, which is working normal. Software seems okay. Software seems fine. Once he turns off the device, the FPS recover.
Oh, Jesus.
Any ideas? Right. Let's see what happens. Commander Balosh says, is the Moses software an auto start? If yes, disable it. Launch the sim. Wait until you're fully in the main menu before you go into the Moses setup. Just had a major CTD completely locked up and now the main computer will not start. Sunjammer? Oh, Jesus, really? That sounds like an absolute issue. Right, Kaysan. Memphis Don is here. Now, if I'm cargo, hang on a second. If I'm cargo and we're heading for Kaysan, Air Ram cargo is on the north side. Up here. We're going to the north side shopping. Do you remember the north side shopping centre? Ah, brilliant. You know. Right. Let's do one of these. She's loading in, lads. That's really strange though. Like when you press, you know, when you actually turn off the device, your FPS comes back up.
You need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
Is it all aircraft, Stu, or any particular aircraft? He's like, they're onto me straight away here, which is nice. So is it happening with any aircraft or just one aircraft? Do. Do. Okay, V-pilot. I'd imagine in Ireland the north side shopping centre would be in the south side. No. Something Coolac. Right, let's see what happens here. Where's Stu Snape? Stu, listen, we're more important. Don't mind your job for the minute. Now, give us the attention, will you? Whoever's on the phone or in the meeting, tell them to shag off and just come back to us there now for a minute. Has anyone else had that issue, by the way, with their AB6? No? When you restarted, you had 2 blue screens of death. Jesus. Haven't seen the issue before with any other user. Happens with all aircraft. Connections and powered hubs. You're also coming up with mad issues lately. Dougal's white screen, Sunhammer's PC dying, Stu's AB6. The world is out to get us, lads. Where's Stu, Steve? Come back, Stu, will you? Perfect. It's a really important phone call, but tell them to shag off. Right. Let's see what happens here, right? So, San Diego. Look at this. So this is oh, look at the LOD here. This is interesting. Not the finest LOD we've seen in the land. Look. Stu, are you using the USB 3 port on your base? It can lead to significant performance drops. Yeah. USB 2, and if it's on a hub, make sure she's powered. You know. Oh man, this is pretty. San Diego was always a friggin' gorgeous spot though, wasn't it? Am I connected to VATSIM? I am. Currently on a USB 3 powered hub. Take it off USB 3, stick it onto USB 2. Also, Stu, you need to do me the following. Can you send me your Moza cockpit profile? And are you using any other hardware such as like haptic seats or anything else? And is there anything potentially working off SimConnect? Right now, are they only building a terminal here? So this is all our new photogrammetry. I'm absolutely amazed at this. This is fantastic. Jesus, look at this. Oh, heck yeah. Did the new update any airports? I'm unsure, to be honest. This is very good. Yeah, it is it. Yeah. Alexis did it's just a slog, man. Like as I'm moving up towards LA, which is up to Paris here, like she slows, you know. This is very nice, isn't it? Gorgeous. Just the surrounding scenery. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Didn't they have an expo in San Diego a few years ago? They did. Isn't Joey Bolo over that neck of the woods? Isn't he San Diego, I think? Cockpit profiles. Also, no other haptics. I'm limited only to using Navigraph and Volanta. Didn't want MobiFlight or SimApp Pro. Oh, that's okay. Okay, just the profile and that's it. If you're using any other telemetry, no other telemetry. No other telemetry. Navigraph. Oh. I'll get them profiles over to you. Joey lives nearby. You lived aboard various boats in San Diego pre 9/11. No way, Dougal. Jesus. Took your daughter to San Diego years ago. It was so great. Robin, yeah. The LAX surroundings are the same as over here in San Diego. Yeah. Oh, as performance like. Right. Stu, the main thing are Moza are now aware of it on all fronts. Right? So get that profile over, they can check that. I would get it out of a USB 3 hub. Running either the default Moza created AB9. You're using AB9 profiles. Stu, you're going to need to do another test for me, buddy. Try it on a USB 2 and just try it on a default profile. Just default, right? Don't use the AB9 stuff. They should work because, well, they do work. I've used the AB9 presets. They do work, but just test it. Because, to be fair, Moza support, they're going to ask you to do the same as well, right? What we're looking at here, by the way, this is all the Irish Naval Service. We gave all our ships to America years ago. We just weren't using them, you know. Jesus. Man, there is some amount of friggin' hardware here, isn't there? Jesus. They've dry dock and everything here in San Diego. That's unbelievable, isn't it? They did a paragliding flight. I think I saw that. That's mad, lads. Any submarines? Would you see submarines up this neck of the woods? The dry docks are friggin' huge. I don't see any subs. That's right, Morph. They're underwater. Ah, yeah. We're moving into like Civvy Street here now. Oh, Jesus, look at the photogrammetry, lads. Isn't it very good? Wait, hang on a second. What's going on here? Hang on. Is that people? Oh my, look at the satellite imagery they got. You can see people. You can see people. Crazy. San Diego is the main base of the US Pacific Fleet. That's friggin' nuts. That's some sharp... look, there's people on the roof. That's some sharp satellite imagery. Look, big Considon in here. That's mad, isn't it? Yeah, that's very impressive. Our little marina. The photogrammetry is excellent here, isn't it? Oh, look at this state. Is there a number on it? She's ye old type carrier. I don't even know which one it is now. Right now, is that a solid deck? Great seafood up here? Yeah. Not like seafood. Wait, where am I now? Oh, we've an aircraft here in San Diego. Right. Sam's saying that San Diego City's playing nice. Oh, do they, Roy? Nice. I remember you saying that yesterday, but I wasn't sure that you used it on the latest sim update. Do you know? Yeah, there is. Only one way to find out, Murphy. Hop in there now and see if you can land a carrier on it. Oh, this is a pretty airport, lads, isn't it? So we're saying we're expecting 2-7. So this is how the whole shebang is going to look later on. This is a friggin' absolutely gorgeous approach. This is stunning. Isn't it gorgeous? Charles Lindbergh departed from San Diego. Did he? Oh wait, hang on. What the I pressed the button and I don't know how to get out of it. Oh jeez, for a second there I thought my plane got launched. Right. Drone camera, please. Yes. Man, how far back can we go here now before like the sim has a tizzy? Because what we're doing, lads, we are loading in all of, I better disconnect from VATSIM because there's a good chance my airplane will just take off. Oh, it was the Midway Winnebago, was it? Okay. What I'm doing, lads, this is actually pre-caching the scenery for tonight's flight. Not just a book rack. A book rack, not just a hat rack. I don't know what I was going to say. I've lost the plot. This is very nice. This is very, very nice. Hang on a second. Let me. Oh, that'll work. Yes. Can we make it? Yes. It's very nice. Hang on now. Calm down there now, ladsy, for a minute. What's this one? Yes. The friggin' Baywatch vibes coming in now, lads. Oh, yeah. Just picture David Hasselhoff with his shirt off. Yes. Go on, you devil. It's like an intro to Grand Theft Auto or something. Yeah, baby, yeah. And we're down by the beach. Do you know? Right. I mean, I could actually get away with this. If I were to change the title, you know, GTA 6 Leak, you'd wonder what they'd say. You know? I mean, I'm just saying, right? I think it would work out very well. You know? Quick, lads! Murphy got access to GTA! I mean, could you imagine it? I mean, that was just an anticlimax waiting to happen, but sure, there it is. Right, scenery works, beautiful photogrammetry. We're going to be doing some GA up here in a week or two anyway, just to check it all out, do you know? Cheers, lads, it looks absolutely fantastic now, doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous now. Adam Controls is here, BJanie. I load up the stream and he's watching Baywatch. Right, you dorkboard. Brilliant. I was going to change the stream title, you know, GTA 6 exclusive preview. We'd have gotten away with it for about 11 seconds, I reckon. Could you imagine how many thousand people would have come in and how many millions would have called me a total muppet? Right? Brilliant. Right, anyway, all of that, of course, friends, was to pre-cache the area. Pre-cache the area, so we shouldn't get too many stutters this evening. Oh, be the Janie. Beware of jet blast. Right. Oh, hang on. And what? How many aircraft carriers do you need? Jesus. It's terribly nice around here. Terribly, terribly nice. There is a little bit of stuttering, right? There is a small bit of the owl jiggery pokery. But the main thing is the airport looks sound. There's the US Coast Guard. We got more boats. The runway looks pretty solid. As in there's no mad, you know, things that'll break.
Jesus.
See those stutters? Yeah, we need to watch for those later. You know. Don't make me launch the sim. I'm telling you. I mean, look at it. Whew. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Right. I don't know where in the name of... Wait now. No, that's somewhere completely different. Wait. Jesus, look at the speed we can get around the world. Look at this. This is mental. Huh? What's... Oh! It's like Interstellar. We're actually appearing into that world that was just the sea. Look! For every 10 minutes we're down here, it's 10 years back on Earth. Oh no, it's absolutely shagged, lads. I'm after breaking it. Oh no, the plane! Oh Jesus. Well, I mean, you know. Shh. Let's fix this. You know. Gently now. Just as well I disconnected from VATSIM when I did. Look at that. Hang on, we're beneath the air. This is like Murphception.
It's not the plane, it's the pilot.
The airport's above us.
Oh no. What happened?
I shagged it.
Oh no, how terrible. That's just awful. How terrible. Oh no.
It's still out in the elevation. Yeah. Right, we're okay. All is once again well in the realm. I shagged it and then I fixed it. But anyway, right, lads, that's going to be it for the afternoon. I'm going to go off and get some lunch. And when we're back at 2000 Zulu time, 8 o'clock this evening, 8 out of 10 for the dive. Yeah. That's what it is. That's what it is. So yeah, look, we're back at 8 o'clock. We're going to do this flight tonight live on VATSIM, departing out of Phoenix, and then ramble over to San Diego, which of course, as we all know, means a whale's and I'm looking forward to it. So I want to thank you all so very much indeed for tuning in. We had some fun with the Navigraph Academy. We've completed our local navigation flight and we are now fully prepped and ready for this evening's live stream. So we're back at 8 o'clock Zulu time, roughly 4 hours and 33 minutes time. So a bit of a break between now and then. So yeah. Thank you all so very much indeed. Have an awesome afternoon or the rest of your day. And we'll see you back here in a couple of hours, lads. Thanks so very much indeed. Till then, take care. Engines are now off. I've just killed the mixture. Right? Watch this. Mags are off. Feather boat props. My engines are now completely off, right? And I'll know they're completely off because I'm going to keep an eye on the props. They will just stop, right? Engine 1 stopped. Engine 2 stopped. That's the sound I should hear. This is the sound I do hear. What? What are you doing? Do you know what I mean? We need to clip this. Hey, Coronado, Microsoft and Asobo. 3 lads walk into a bar. This is how the sound should be. I've turned off my engines. However, if there's other aircraft of the same description flying from the Coronado fleet, this is what we hear. Do you know? Ah, don't hit me with a frying pan! Oh, jeez! This is here! You just hit me with a frying pan!
She didn't make a noise!
Of course I made a noise! You hit me with a frying pan in my head!
Turn around!
Why would you hit me with a frying... Don't hit me again! Ah! Yes, it makes a noise! You're hitting me with a frying pan! Annalisa, did you put her up to that? Jesus, me head! Oh, who hit someone? I mean, come on! Who hit someone with a frying pan, for God's sake? Oh!